Chapter 1139. There were two distinct groups of people sitting on the airship. One group was explaining a very complicated matter. Some of them were talking at once to express their shock. The other group only had one person. He was surrounded by seals and couldn't move at all. He was listening very carefully to the other group's chatter. The noisy chatter couldn't stop him from listening attentively. Yun Nuoshing's matter, his position in the celestial realm, the Dark Age, and the celestial realm itself. There were many things. Any one of them could be treated as a secret. However, this information was circulating in Gao Yuan's mind over and over again, making him dizzy. There wasn't much information. He could compress it to the limit and finish it in a few lines. However, the amount of information was too much. It was so mysterious that it sounded like a fairy tale. He couldn't help but believe it. It wasn't until he finished listening that he understood why the lavender-haired girl said that the celestial realm was in danger. If this continued, there was no telling if the celestial realm could survive until the end of this era. A long era had only passed for 1,000,000 years. Many earth-shattering things could happen in a year. In the remaining time, Gao Yuan took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and opened them again. He stared at Zion differently. "What you said is all true, right?" Yi Shi shrugged. "You're the first person to know other than us and the Nine Gods Shrine. Although we've asked the Nine Gods Shrine to slowly spread the news in the celestial realm, you know, this kind of thing can't be exposed all at once. Not to mention the impact it will cause, it's a problem whether or not people will believe it. I'm still very optimistic about the Nine Gods Shrine's reputation, but after all, this is a matter of this level. You see, the Nine Gods Shrine is slightly suppressed in the celestial realm. Who knows if people will think we're crazy if we tell them all this?" Gao Yuan nodded to show that he understood. "That's right. Very few people will believe it. People of our level may have doubts, but that's it. We won't pursue it too much. When the disaster really happens, it'll be too late." He sighed and continued, "You're right. The little divine prefecture has been peaceful for far too long. The God realm has already gotten used to this kind of simple and ordinary chaos. It's like a family affair. Compared to the things that are about to come, all of this is nothing." Gao Yuan shook his head and looked at Violet Knight and the others. Suddenly, he frowned and lowered his head. "Perhaps we can find the protectors." "Guardian race? Are you talking about the Guardian forces? They should be very busy outside right now. Isn't that so?" Ziyi couldn't help but be stunned when he saw him shake his head in denial. Gao Yuan gazed into the distant sky. "I'm talking about the Guardians, the Guardian clan, not the Guardian faction. There are also Guardian factions in the small divine lands. It's more comfortable for us to move around in the small divine lands than outside. We don't have to lie on the floor all day long, and we know a lot of information. Guardian, the other of the two divine authorities in the God realm." Ziyi finally understood what he was talking about, and her beautiful face became serious, but the Guardian's position has always been empty. Little Star said that he could see it, and as an observer, even the Guardian's position is within his observation range. He shouldn't have made a mistake. Hearing this, Gao Yuan frowned. But there is indeed a Guardian clan in the small divine lands. We can be very sure that they are not a Guardian faction, and they didn't always call themselves the Guardian clan. This clan has existed since I was born, until today. However, they went into seclusion a long time ago. There hasn't been any news about them yet, and they disappeared without anyone noticing. The whole process only took half a day. It was as simple as taking a nap and nothing happened. The Guardians have already perished. They were killed. They were killed by the people of the God realm themselves. Even if there is any inheritance left behind, it has nothing to do with that position of Guardian. A slightly nervous voice spread throughout the airship, startling everyone. They turned to look at Xian in a daze. They saw her clutching the pendant in front of her chest. Her beautiful face was full of anxiety, but there was also an unwavering conviction on her face. This news shocked everyone. They all knew that Xian wouldn't joke around at this time. Moreover, with her relationship with Yun Nuoxing, she might have accidentally heard him say something. Her words were also very credible, and from her expression, it didn't seem like she was lying. However, if this news was true, then it was a little scary. The people of the God realm had killed their own guardian. This was as serious as the annihilation of an entire clan. No, how did you know? Ziyi waved her hand to wake herself from her shocked state. She looked at Xian in confusion. That little bastard told you? But I didn't see this when I flipped through his memories. Xian nodded nervously and took a deep breath. Last time, I accidentally saw it. I used Little Star's eyes to see what he had been observing. I accidentally saw this in the memory cluster. It was Little Star who said it. Oh my god! Is it about the Bulsh *T from the ancient era again? Nightmare slapped his thigh and jumped up. How restless were the ancient era! They were so noisy, and now they even killed their guardian. Xian shook her head. It seems to be something from the Dark Age. Little Star himself isn't too sure. He saw the result from the empty position of guardian. It is said that because the guardian was killed by his own people, the position of guardian has been vacant until now. I don't know what it has affected. Original sin. That is the original sin of all life in the God realm. All life, humans, demons, and demons. The killing of the guardian has definitely affected a lot of things. Among them, there are things related to the concept layer of the God realm. Feng suddenly said softly, attracting everyone's attention. Feng calmed herself down and looked at Little Qing. Little Qing nodded at her in agreement. We, the four divine beasts, are also listed as world beings, but we have authority that other world beings do not. The four divine beasts are connected to the world precepts of the God realm. We are the four pillars that maintain the stability of the concept layer. The birth of the guardian and the observer will leave unconcealable ripples in the world precepts. It is like the God's proclamation, which is announced to the entire void. However, the former only causes ripples in the world precepts of the God realm, and it is rarely noticed. Not many people know about this, which means that not many people know about the two divine positions in the God realm. Little Star said that not many people knew about this in the ancient era. He only knew about it because he was, appointed by fate. Gao Yuan's eyes flashed. After a while, he calmed down and calmed down. He calmly judged and thought. After a while, he said, in other words, the process of the people of the God realm killing their own guardian has caused irreversible damage to the concept layer of the God realm. Is that what you mean? Feng closed her eyes as if to confirm something. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked at him. She nodded. That's what the bloodline fragment told me. Something like that. After that, she frowned again. But I don't know what it will affect, or what it will affect. I only know that the God realm has been affected by the fall of the Guardian in the Dark Age. Maybe the withering of the natural order was caused by that incident. Zai raised a finger and pointed to the sky. You see, the Guardian and the Observer of the God realm have their names hanging on the concept layer of the natural order. The energy of the God realm comes from its own world core. The world core contains a complete set of natural order and is directly connected to the void. In other words, all living beings living in the God realm have a piece of natural order fragment that is related to the two priesthoods. Since that's the case, it might be related to the two priesthoods themselves. And the person who has these natural order fragments killed one of the two priesthoods. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Yao Hua's forehead. He said in a trembling voice, "Is it equivalent to going against the natural order? The kind where one of their own kills one of their own? Going against the natural order to kill a god?" Gao Yuan thought for a while. Something like that. The most extreme offense of the inferior to the superior. Even if they win in this action, they will be judged by the concept of the natural order. It's unavoidable and unstoppable. He sighed. If that fake off washing right? If he's right, I'm afraid there might be something wrong with the guardian that I know. Eh? What's the problem? She tilted his head and looked at him. Is there a problem? Even if it's not the guardian themselves, maybe it's one of them? Maybe they actually have the position of guardian, but they don't know how to get there. That reminds me. Back then, there were rumors that they were doing something strange, and it was because of this that I found it strange. The process was like going against the flow and ascending to heaven, disturbing the rules of the small divine land, but it didn't last for long and didn't cause any special effects, so no one paid attention to it. Perhaps it's just as you said, they have the position of guardian, and they're trying. But this is just a fantasy, not a real thing. Well, it's a little troublesome to explain. Anyway, have you heard of the Tongtian canon? Gao Yuan looked at everyone. The Tongtian canon? Xian and the others looked at each other, confused and confused. Yao Hua and the others tried hard to think, scratching their heads and shaking their heads. Well, you haven't seen it, but it proves one thing. If there's no inheritance among the ancient human race like you, it might be the only one. Gao Yuan nodded. I'll keep it short. The Tongtian canon is not some martial art, mystical art, or divine art. It's a record that doesn't exist in the present world. To put it bluntly, it exists in the natural order, a magical record, from the records of the realm of the gods themselves. Countless things, big and small, are recorded in it, from the Dark Age to the current era. Everything is recorded in detail, down to every detail. Wait a minute, there's nothing about the mythological era? Nightmare asked, showing the character of a good student. At the mention of these 4 words, reverence surged on the deity expert's face. That era that has already disappeared, has completely disappeared. There are no records of what happened in that era at the level of the laws. I speculate that it might have been erased by someone. Oh, go on. Gao Yuan nodded. The Tongtian canon is like the diary of the realm of the gods, also known as the record of the natural order. It's a very vivid name, but it has been recorded for so long that the things recorded have become blurry. The further you go back in time, the fewer things you can see. I think there are very few records left in the ancient era and the Dark Age. As I said, it's not a book that actually exists. It exists between heaven and earth. I happened to come across it once. Before that, I always thought that it was just a figment of someone's imagination. I didn't expect it to actually exist. I occupied it for only 33 minutes and 21 seconds. After that, it disappeared in front of me, dissipating into the natural order and returning to the natural order. I only did one thing after I occupied it. I searched for the root of the realm of the gods, the source of the entire river of time. I didn't look at everything in detail. Even a divine champion couldn't withstand such a huge amount of information. I was just looking for the natural order. There, I saw the ocean of natural order, the changes in the natural order over the years. I also saw some scenes from a long time ago, the moment when the world was created. He took a deep breath and said, "In the place I found, I saw a law, a will. Of course, that was just a record. What I got was just a record of that law and will. There was only one message in it. The 2 priesthoods are related to the realm of the gods itself. Unless the holder of the priesthoods completely dies and is cut off from the cycle of reincarnation, it will not be changed." Nightmare's face twitched. What the hell is that? A lifetime contract? A horrible death? Designed to tire people to death? Don't you know how to write death from overwork? I think the boss has evolved from death from overwork to madness from overwork. Everyone was speechless. Shi was sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, "So, the 2 priesthoods have no inheritance? Little Star has been reincarnating and hasn't died completely. So he has been carrying the title of the Observer since the ancient era?" Gao Yuan nodded. That's why I said they were a little strange. If there's no inheritance, where did the act of inheriting come from? Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao thought about it. Could it be that the strange actions you saw were actually them somehow getting the priesthoods and trying to find a way to put it on someone? If that's the case, they might have gone into hiding because they forcefully stole the priesthoods and triggered some kind of calamity. Their clan's vitality was greatly damaged, and they had no choice but to close their doors. Look, even that idiot can force himself to carry the title. Maybe the Guardian is actually not completely dead and is also reincarnating somewhere? Gao Yuan and the others frowned and pondered. Gao Yuan said, "Logically speaking, it's possible. It's a little far-fetched, but we don't know the specifics. Maybe that's really the case?" Chu Yingzhan heard this and grinned. She puffed out her chest and said confidently, "That must be the case. Let's not talk about it anymore. Next topic, next topic." Gao Yuan's face was sweating. "You have to be careful. This is about the realm of the gods itself. You can't just jump to conclusions because of your guesses." Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. "Why don't you prove it to me now?" Gao Yuan was speechless. "That's right. Don't think too much about things that you can't prove. Thinking too much will only make you more and more confused. Let's just keep our guesses half and half. Besides, it doesn't have much to do with the fake guardians." Everyone thought about it and agreed. So, they did not pursue the topic and switched to the original topic. Then, they were all confused. Where were we? Little Qing shook her head helplessly. "We were talking about the guardians being killed by their own people." Oh! This action itself may have caused some damage to the realm of the gods' laws that we can't see. In other words, there was a mistake. But in the original sense, that part of the laws was not wrong. It was broken, and it was an error that the realm of the gods could not detect. It could not sense the birth of this error, and thought that it was correct. So, it did not fix it. So, this part of the error fell on the realm of the gods. That's probably what happened, Gao Yuan said. And then it affected the entire realm of the gods. The so-called original sin. Feng Er sighed. Countless beings protected and blessed by the guardians could only watch as it was surrounded and slaughtered. Not a single one of them stood up because they were one of its members. Whether they stood by and did not do anything, they were accomplices. What meaning did it have? Foolish beings, this is your sin, an original sin that cannot be removed. So that's it. I've found it. This is the final shard, all the oddities have been explained. Xian raised her head and recited the passage as if she was reciting it from a book. Little Star said this at that time, not a word wrong. Chu Yingzhan looked at her with a shocked and strange look. "You can remember everything after hearing it once. Is this the power of love?" Everyone was about to sigh when Xian's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and muttered, "No. I heard it 5 times. Little Star's words are obscure and difficult to understand. It's not like you don't know." Everyone was speechless. Sure enough, reality is reality. Bullsh *T the power of love. You have to listen a few more times to remember what you don't understand. So, no guardians have been born yet? Kai Xia knelt beside Yun Nuoxing, listening to his words and analyzing seriously. Yun Nuoxing nodded. That was what he had learned from the Pillar of Creation. It was a very faint and vague part of it, and even if there were records of the Dark Age, there would not be too much. Countless wars and multiple cycles of reincarnation would ultimately affect the concept layer of the divine realm, and more or less, some information would be deleted and erased. A small disruption of the rules would not appear to be much on the surface, and it would be restored sooner or later. But in truth, in a domain where no one could pry into, that little disruption would cause a butterfly effect in the depths of the sea of rules, and while it would not be so powerful every time, just once would be enough to cause a crisis. There are very few records of the Dark Age. There are so few that I can't see much of it. Otherwise, I would not be walking around in confusion. What is recorded in the Pillar of Creation is mostly the flow of energy, rules, and the movement of time in the realm of the gods. It is like a machine that monitors what happens in the depths of the world, tirelessly recording. I found a wave that exists in the concept layer of the rules. It might be related to the fall of the Guardians. This record has existed for more than 70 eras. There is no specific time. The Dark Age was too chaotic. The records of that era are almost the same as the mythological era, which had completely disappeared. The difference is just 50 steps and 100 steps. That wave was born during the Dark Age, directly affecting the rules of the realm of the gods. The current decline of the rules in the realm of the gods is also partly caused by that wave or interference. And I can only think of two things that are directly related to such a degree of destruction. The first is the final years of the Dark Age. The Lord of the Underworld, the heavenly god of primeval beginning, had launched a strike that destroyed all the heavenly gods of the 8 elemental realms. It destroyed all power and chiseled a huge hole in time and rules, leaving behind the scar of the primeval realm that still exists today. It even formed a ring of events. It was a huge wound in the concept layer of the rules, and it would make sense if it caused the 79 eras of the rules to wither. However, that scar of the primeval realm is very far away from the realm of the gods now. It is in the depths of the void. I have also seen it in that nightmare memory. The strike of the Lord of the Underworld was a little far from the realm of the gods, and it probably did not directly affect the realm of the gods. The second is what I said just now. The fall of the Guardians, the reversal of the lower order to kill the higher order who represented the rules, caused a butterfly effect in the depths of the sea of rules. The rules kept self-destructing and decaying, and it became what it is today. Between the two, which one do you think is correct? Yun Nuashing looked at Rosy Clouds and asked. Rosy Clouds frowned and thought seriously for a while. She looked up and looked at him. I think it might be the second one, caused by the fall of the Guardians. After all, this is like the realm of the gods itself being sick. The weakening of the rules in the outside world also exists, but it would not affect the rules of the realm of the gods to such an extent. Now, the concept layer of the rules in the realm of the gods seems to be sick, and then there are a lot of external influences, internal and external troubles, and it has become very, very weak. Yun Nuashing nodded. That's right. That's what I think too. So, this is the great cause and effect of the wither of the rules in the realm of the gods? Because the people of the realm of the gods killed their own guardians? So, until now, the realm of the gods will not elect a new guardian, and the position of guardian has always been empty. Rosy Clouds lowered her head and muttered. This matter was so terrifying that it was frightening. Yun Nuashing glanced at her, looked up at the sky, and sighed. He closed his eyes and continued to focus his attention on the cyan spell formation. It's a fatal wound. It's 100 times more serious than the wither of the rules brought about by the 8 elements realm. It's so serious that even the protection of the first-generation great deity is unable to take effect. The activity of the void itself is far inferior to the internal destruction. Just as you said, the concept layer of the rules in the realm of the gods is sick. But the pathogen is the people of the realm of the gods. Those life forms that originated from the origin of the realm of the gods, they are the ones who caused the realm of the gods to become what it is today. Chapter 1140. Realm of the Gods, Barrier of the Small Divine Lands. The terrifying scar of time that ran through half of the barrier had already disappeared, and the flow of time had also returned to normal. This place was still a land of death that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. No one would come here for no reason. It would only be lively once every few years or during certain times of the year, but it had long since passed. However, there was a beautiful figure standing outside the small divine land's barrier. She was pacing back and forth anxiously. Ever since the silver-black energy beam pierced through the sky, she had not felt at ease for even a moment. She paced back and forth outside the small divine lands barrier, but she could not find a way to enter. The entire small divine lands barrier had been sealed, and she could not break it or break it. This was a super barrier that had been strengthened by a peak divine god using the element of chaos and element of darkness. Her strength was far from enough to break it. Ning Qianxue had already stayed here for 5 days, and she was restless every moment. The more she wanted to enter, the more agitated and irritable she became. However, being irritable to the extreme was useless other than angering herself to death. However, she just could not calm down. The small divine lands barrier was even harder than a turtle's shell, and there were no loopholes at all. She could not find a way to sneak in at all. Anyway, she had tried all kinds of methods in the past few days, but she could not enter no matter what. When she attacked the small divine lands barrier, she was almost devoured by the element of chaos. What's going on? Why did the small divine lands suddenly close? She was restless. The anxiety in her heart had been hovering at the peak of its peak, and she was so anxious that she felt like every second was like a year. She felt that the small divine lands barrier's closure was related to Yun Nuashing. Perhaps something terrible had happened inside, but even if that was the case, there was nothing she could do. If she could not enter, there was nothing she could do but be anxious. She gritted her teeth, hovering high in the air, and stomped her feet forcefully. Just as she was about to try and fight the small divine lands barrier with all her strength, a gentle and elegant voice with a hint of nobility rang out from beside her. "There's no need to try. The small divine lands barrier has been completely sealed. Not to mention you, even I cannot break this seal strengthened by Brother Yu." Ning Qianxue's heart skipped a beat. She didn't feel anyone approaching at all, and from the way she addressed her, it seemed to be Quarter Moon. Was she an acquaintance of Little Star? She abruptly turned her head and saw a girl in a pink dress slowly walking over. That pair of colorful glazed eyes stared at her. She walked to a meter in front of her and smiled at her. "Hello? Hello. Who are you?" Ning Qianxue subconsciously responded to her greeting, but after a moment she was stunned. She shook her head and looked at the beautiful girl in front of her with some surprise and uncertainty. The latter didn't emit any aura, but she made her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. However, she wasn't very vigilant. To be able to use such an intimate name like Brother Yu, she must be a very close acquaintance of Little Star. Perhaps she was your heavenly god Glaze? She guessed hesitantly. Lu Li smiled and nodded. Seeing that Ning Qianxue wanted to introduce herself, she waved her hand and said, "You don't have to say. I know you, Brother Yu's lover from 2 lifetimes ago. I have been paying attention to you for some time." "Me?" Ning Qianxue was stunned at first. After thinking for a while, she roughly guessed why Lu Li was paying attention to her. However, she didn't want to talk about this topic at the moment. She waved her hand and said, "Even if we don't talk about this, you can't get in?" Lu Li's gaze turned to the huge barrier between heaven and earth that spanned across a large area. She sighed and shook her head. The barrier of the small divine lands has been stimulated by the elements of chaos and elements of darkness on Brother Yu's body. It has been completely sealed. It has become a cage that imprisons dangerous things. Without Brother Yu's permission, no one can come out, and no one can go in. If I want to force my way in, I will have to pay a price. Ning Qianxue was shocked when she heard this. "But you are a heavenly god. Even you can't do anything about that kind of power?" Little Star should be in danger inside. Before she finished, she saw Lu Li's extremely strange gaze and couldn't continue. Lu Li flicked her long black hair and said, "The elements of chaos are very dangerous. In the entire Deyuan realm, they are one of the most dangerous elements. Let's not talk about this first. You understand what I mean. It is already a complete cage inside." "I know. A cage. So Ning Qianxue said half a sentence excitedly. Then, she suddenly froze and widened her eyes in shock. "A cage. A cage that imprisons ferocious beasts and some extremely dangerous things. Could it be? Luli let out a long sigh. The barrier of the small divine lands is now a cage that imprisons himself. If he completely loses control inside, the barrier of the small divine lands will be sealed. Even he can't come out until he regains his consciousness, she said faintly and looked up at the sky. I hope it won't become like that. Now, I only hope that all the preparations he has made in this life will work. I hope that the child who carries the heart lock can help him at the most dangerous time, even if it is just a small help. But can we only watch like this? Ning Qianxue still didn't want to give up. We can only watch. We can't do anything. Luli nodded and looked at her. I know you are uneasy. This time I came to find you. There are some things that I need you to do. Staying here will only be a waste of time. Brother Yu is working hard inside, trying his best to carve out his own path. We also need to take action. We can't waste a single second. Ning Qianxue was stunned. She saw that Luli was looking at her very seriously. She hesitated for a few breaths and looked at the barrier of the small divine lands behind her. She sighed. She knew that she couldn't do anything but feel anxious if she stayed here. She nodded. All right, you are right. It is useless to stay here. So, what do you want me to do? Luli pointed at the sky and said softly, that realm that is only one step away. It is time for you to step on it. The air was dead silent. Ning Qianxue widened her eyes in shock. She doubtfully dug her ears with her hands to make sure that she wasn't deaf or crazy. Then, she said in a daze, later divine level, peak of divine level. Only one step away from divine level. I know that because of the withering and suppression of the rules, your cultivation hasn't improved over the years. But this is not important. You are still at the peak of that realm. In the near future, there will be a desperate battle. Brother Yu needs our strength, and I can give you a push to help you step on that realm. Luli told her about it calmly and seriously, but her tone was as simple as discussing the dishes for the next day. She couldn't get nervous at all and couldn't get the atmosphere going. Once, Ning Qianxue wondered if she really had an auditory hallucination. Although she said, "Oh," after a few seconds, that was the only reaction she could make. She really couldn't react in time. Luli nodded. She waved her sleeves and took her away. Then let's go. We still need some time to prepare. We can't stay here for too long. Somewhere in the third prefecture of the small divine land, there was a huge hole that opened the sky. It looked like a basin. If it weren't for the huge cracks that spread from the center of the basin to the edge of the basin, it would look like a basin. However, there were many scars on it. That was why people called it a huge hole. A huge hole that was formed only a little more than a month ago. More than a month ago, the barrier of the small divine land tore open with a huge, dark yellow wound. For people who had lived in the small divine land since they were born, seeing a huge hole that was hundreds of millions of miles long suddenly ripped open in the sky was probably as shocking as the sky falling. Although the scar was quickly covered, it still caused many people in the third prefecture to panic. The chaos lasted for a few days before it calmed down. That was why people called it the sky-splitting hole. It was indeed a huge hole that opened the sky and smashed down. After the unknown object smashed down from the sky, it hit the ground with unreserved power, forming this huge hole with a diameter of hundreds of millions of miles. Fortunately, there were no cities in this area. The small divine land was huge, and there were many open areas and developed areas. There was only one city in this area, and it was close to the edge of the sky-splitting hole. Of course, this city became the front line of the sky-splitting hole. Unfortunately, it was said that a third of the city was flattened. That's right, it was close to the edge. One side of the city had been hit by a shockwave, and it had not been repaired even after a month. Broken walls and buildings could still be seen. No one died in the area that was smashed to smithereens. This city also had a defensive formation, and almost all of the destructive shockwaves were absorbed by the defensive formation. The remaining shockwaves passed through the formation and entered the city. Fortunately, 80% of the people in the small divine land were cultivators, so there were no casualties. However, the injured were still lying on their beds, unable to get up. After the sky-splitting scar and the sky-splitting crater appeared, this city named Crystal Peak, which sounded like it was built on a shiny mountain, turned out to be a flat land with a radius of 10,000 miles. Naturally, it became the front line of exploration. Just like the Night Owl sect, that bloomed everywhere in the celestial realm, it was best to have a backup when exploring forbidden areas or strange places. Therefore, when the crater coincidentally smashed into this place, it did not take long for the place to be filled with people. A naturally formed crater, a naturally formed city, sounded like a good place to explore. It was hard not to become popular. However, no one knew whether this place could be explored or not. In any case, many people had died here. The half of the city near the crater had been completely abandoned, and the people inside had evacuated to the other side of the city. In a month's time, the other half of the city had been rebuilt. At first glance, it looked like a city carrying a small town. That half of the city was filled with a terrifying energy pressure. Even though the Great City Barrier Formation was constantly weakening the energy pressure 24 hours a day, as long as there was a weak presence of the pressure, it would make people feel uncomfortable. Without much discussion, everyone spontaneously ran to the other side of the city and rebuilt the other half of the city. It was also that pressure that blocked 80% of the people who wanted to explore the crater of creation. Only the strongest and those with special powers could get close to the crater. However, it was even more difficult to go deep into the crater. No one knew how many people could do it. Even if a king of hell elite walked 10,000 miles into the crater of creation, he could only stay there for half an hour. He also had to leave half an hour to come out. Any more than half a second and he would be burned to ashes by the irresistible energy pressure, not to mention other things. However, this was also the result of going in with one's own strength. The small divine land did not lack those strange divine weapons, and there were naturally people who had ways to carry their own divine weapons into the crater of creation. However, the outcome could be even worse. It had been confirmed that what fell from the crater of creation was a divine weapon. It was like a god among tens of thousands of divine weapons, and its power was as vast as the heavenly might. Any weapon that approached it would not be able to withstand the heavenly might before its master, and thus its power would go berserk, triggering the power of heaven and earth or self-destructing. Next would be its wielder. Without the protection of the divine weapon, it would be even more impossible for them to go far. It was not as if there had never been an explosion on the spot before. This was the information that was gathered at the cost of tens of thousands of lives. Among those who died, there were also some supermasters who had been famous for a long time. If the name God was added to the list of casualties, the crater of creation would probably be listed as a forbidden area. However, everyone felt that this was actually about the same. The thing hibernating inside was the sword of time, and its power was constantly leaking in all directions. The chaotic and uncontrolled power of time caused a lot of strange energy phenomena in the crater of creation. Time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. All kinds of ancient images appeared, and all kinds of strange energy waves appeared along with time. It was as if everything that had happened in this place, all the people who had appeared here, and all the battles that had occurred here were floating from the depths of the world to the surface, causing a lot of chaos in the present world. Wow, this place is really chaotic. There are so many people here. This is just a medium-sized city. Chu Chun put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. Looking at the people coming and going on the main road of the city, pushing and shoving, he could not help but sweat. They had descended from the sky and did not push and shove in the crowd. Many people are interested in the heavenly weapon that came through the opening of the sky, not to mention the cloud top state. The 6 families have released the detailed information. Now, there are 2 things that people are most interested in the small divine land. One is your friend, and the other is here. Gao Yuan waved his hand and pointed down. He looked at Zai and said, "Is it really okay for you to just let me go like this?" Zai glanced at him and said in the same tone, "Is it really okay for you to judge the 6 gates of the free clouds?" Hearing this, Gao Yuan was also stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I am just a guest anyway. I didn't really swear to do anything. They threw me out. Well, they said that they threw me out for a walk, but in fact they threw me out to be a minefield. You see, after the minefield, I almost lost my life. Before I came out, I told them to send more people to deal with the 4 gods of heaven and earth. Ordinary gods might not have the upper hand. They didn't listen. And because I said something nonsense, they threw me out. And they only threw a bunch of high-level gods to do it half-heartedly. What I want is people who are at the later stages of the gods, okay? Those who are not at the later stages of the gods are mostly cannon fodder. What do you want me to say? I am at least a later stage god. How can I become a disposable item, a chess piece that is not worth mentioning?" Gao Yuan shook his head and sighed. "I have seen all the experience they have accumulated over the years of hunting down the 4 gods. In the end, they didn't see it as clearly as I did. I have nothing to say." Gao Yuan hurriedly waved his hands when he saw Little Green, Feng and Little White looking at him strangely. "Ahem, well, fine, it's true. They have a lot of records about the 4 gods. In the past, they were the ones who accurately calculated the time of your nirvana and went to the god realm from the Little Divine Prefecture. They used a special method to sense your location, and when you were just born, they came back after they were done. You guys woke up a little earlier in this life, so they didn't have time to let's not talk about it." Feeling that the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder, Gao Yuan hurriedly stopped complaining and said seriously, "Anyway, they probably think that I am dead. Sigh, the 6 gates of idle clouds have changed in recent years. It seems that after the 6 of them were rotated, the previous generation changed. I don't know where the people of the previous generation went. Isn't it the same whether it changed or not?" Whitey crossed her arms and looked away. "Anyway, you all attacked us. Although Violet Knight let you go, don't expect us to be kind." "Well, that's fine. You all let me go, so I should be the one apologizing." Gao Yuan nodded calmly and looked into the crater. Blind malice and directionality have misled everyone's thoughts. That being said, I'm not a lunatic. I can still rationally deal with the malice in my heart. You see, there's no problem now. Then, he frowned. "Although I understand what you all are facing, I am sorry that I can't spread the news. Even if everyone knows about this, it will be difficult. We are still isolated and helpless." Xian nodded. "We didn't expect that many people would understand. Besides, isolated and helpless. From the beginning, we didn't expect that many people would help us." Little Star was right. Everything depends on who will solve it. We always thought that someone would solve it. When the disaster happened, it was too late. So, he did not care about anything and rushed forward again. Even if he was misunderstood by everyone, even if he was hated by everyone, he had the power. Even if he did not want to use that power, he still released it without hesitation. He had protected the realm of the gods for many years. Maybe I understand what he was thinking all along. Everyone, including Gao Yuan, looked at her curiously. What was he thinking? Ziyen blinked and said softly, "He is probably acting so contradictory because he has unknowingly protected the god realm for so many years. Even if he doesn't want to do it, he has protected the god realm for so many years. How can he let it all go to waste when he has protected it for so many years? Then, wouldn't what he had done all those years be a waste?" Everyone. Feng was enlightened as well. She said in a strange tone, I fight, I kill, I bleed, I burn my soul, I do everything I can to achieve something. It's not because of the great principles, nor is it because of the righteousness of the world. The most important thing is that I am very annoyed, very unhappy, and very unhappy." Everyone was stunned. After thinking for a while, they realized that she was imitating Yun Nuoxing's tone, although it was strange. "We have protected something for countless years. But someone wants to destroy our years of hard work because of some trivial matter. They are trying to destroy the thing that I cherish, the thing that I have worked so hard to protect. So I am pissed, very pissed, angry, furious. This irritation is the source of our decision to kill the enemy and destroy everything. I don't care if you are a half-crippled celestial god or something else. If you want to touch the realm of the gods, you have to go through me first. Otherwise, don't even think about destroying everything here." Feng imitated for a long time. Then, she coughed and said, "This is probably why Little Star wants to protect the realm of the gods." Everyone thought about it and suddenly felt that it was very possible. It was very good to explain why that guy was so contradictory. It was because he did not want his years of hard work to be destroyed in a day. Zai added, "By the way, that guy is worried about the realm of the gods. You can see how dissatisfied he is with the parasites living in the realm of the gods." Gao Yuan said, "So, by eliminating the parasites in passing, he was also protecting the divine realm. Oh no, this is bad." My thoughts actually overlapped with his for a split second, resonating and agreeing with him. Am I done for? Everyone. Xian rubbed her hands and sighed into her palms. I'm not happy either. I'm not happy that someone wants to put Little Star in a disadvantageous position. So I also want to, forget it. You will be killed by him if you rush into the battlefield. Zai slapped her hand and pressed her down. Later, it will be the gods and the other gods. When people of that level fight, they can easily kill us all. Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zai looked up at the sun and narrowed her eyes. It's about time. I can feel that guy is about to move out with hundreds of millions of firepower. Looking at the crystal peak, it should be about time here. Gao Yuan looked down. There are many forces, many people, and many people watching in the dark. He looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. It was as if there were people watching the world from those places, but they did not show up. Zai was not too worried about that little idiot. Well, that was not quite right. She was just worried that there were people entrenched in the darkness like poisonous snake. She was worried that there would be heavenly god-level characters appearing. Chapter 1141. Empyrean God? When Gao Yuan heard these two words, he was a little stunned. This realm was too far away from him. He had used some secret methods to forcefully ascend to the level of deity at this moment when the laws were withering. He had also used the laws of heaven and earth from the far ancient era to slowly improve his cultivation over several eras. However, he had stopped at this place. Otherwise, how could he have been knocked down by Violet Knight's fingernail of a sun crystal? In the realm of deities, especially among the deities of this world, he was just an unlucky guy in the middle. He was so unlucky that he was used as a chess piece. After lamenting in his heart, Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Empyrean God. Maybe there really are powerful beings of that level in Little Divine Land, but even if there are, they would not be born in this era. Since, I don't remember when, probably 4 or 5 eras ago. Since then, the suppression of laws has been getting worse day by day. It has gotten so bad that the gods of the realm of the gods can only choose to enter Little Divine Land and use the laws of heaven and earth of the far ancient era to suppress themselves, or they can only seal their god origin outside and not release too much power so that they would not be suppressed. The birth of that Empyrean God in the 133rd era was the last. However, there are probably Empyrean gods in Little Divine Land. Not to mention the world-class beings you mentioned, There are also some that are quite ancient, even more ancient than the 6 sects of free clouds. It's just that the ancient forces that moved into Little Divine Land after them might have Empyrean gods. Yuan Shi and the others could not help but frown. This is really troublesome. Little Star might not be able to deal with Empyrean gods. The Great Guardian formation is connected to Little Divine Land from the outside, but if that thing explodes, Little Divine Land will be doomed. Chu Yingzhan spread her hands helplessly. It's more than doomed. Gao Yuan let out another bitter laugh. According to what you've said, the so-called Great Guardian formation is formed by the laws of heaven and earth of the realm of the gods. It's a formation of laws, or even a formation of order. Once it's activated, the entire realm of the gods will provide endless power to it, and then blast it down. The lower limit of this power is determined by the laws of the realm of the gods, and the upper limit is the power of those formations and the power of that person of chaos. It's extremely dangerous. In any case, the entire realm of the gods, including the void here, would be gone. But I don't think that's enough for him to worry about. Like you said, he's only protecting the realm of the gods. He doesn't have any feelings for the beings on it, so he won't hesitate to attack. Ziyi couldn't help but wave his hand and say, "Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe things haven't reached the worst point yet." Hearing this, everyone forced themselves to look at her. "You have a way?" "Of course." Ziyi puffed out her chest and dragged her voice for a while before her body went limp. "There's no way, Empyrean gods. What do you think these 2 words represent?" Everyone else went limp with her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. What did Empyrean gods represent? It represented the pinnacle of this world, and was a synonym for power in this world. Just these 2 words alone were as heavy as mountains and could crush the world into pieces. People in this realm possessed unimaginable power. Even the world itself would be afraid of them. They could shatter the galaxy and the void with a single hand. There was nothing more exaggerated that could be said. Anyway, that was what it meant. They just had to make do with it. For them, the experts in front of them were not only powerful, they were just powerful in a showy way. They were just powerful in their own right, they were really strong in front of them. The streets were bustling with people, and it was very prosperous and lively. This medium-sized city could almost accommodate more people than it could, so one could imagine how many lives had come here today. Although they looked up and saw a sea of people standing in the sky, and all of them looked like human beings, Xian and the others were sure that there must be strong people from the demon clan among them. There might even be strong people from the demon clan. Actually, it was hard to say. The demon clan seemed to have never touched the small divine land, and they didn't know whether it was because they couldn't enter or because it was true. There were people coming and going on the streets, and every one of them had a powerful aura that was as deep as the abyss. The weakest of them was a first-generation god, and the strongest of them could not even be sensed. Presumably, they were the super-experts of that level. Those old men walking on the streets would quickly hide when they were chopped by someone, for fear of encountering an ancestor-level figure. At the same time, order was subtly guaranteed in this place. No one spoke for anyone else, saying that this place would not trigger a fight or anything else. Everyone gathered here in tacit understanding. They did not say much, but looked at each other in silence. After looking at each other for a while, they looked away, as if they had found their goal, and did not care about anything else. Gao Yuan's gaze focused on a few corners of the city. The children around him were still too young, except for the girl with long lavender hair. Those who would brazenly release their aura in front of him were mostly appetizers. When those big shots really arrived, even their eyes would be blinded. The real big figures will find a place to sit quietly and wait for their prey to come. Ahem, that's what I mean. Don't stare at me. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with different expressions because of one sentence, Gao Yuan trembled and quickly waved his hand. Pray? Heh. Zai smiled inexplicably and couldn't help but shake his head. They can't even be counted as wild beasts. These guys can't even be counted as wild beasts. The element of chaos isn't as simple as you think. That kind of extremely violent energy has the power to turn something rotten into something magical. It can turn illusion into reality and push reality into the abyss of fantasy, never to be able to extricate itself. It negates all so-called honor, destroys all those who go against its will, and even destroys itself. Little star, Zai smiled bitterly and shook his head. As he said himself, he is no longer human. Now, with the help of the element of chaos and that strange aura, he has become even more different from a human. Gao Yuan nodded thoughtfully. So he doesn't have any burdens or worries when he does it. He doesn't think of himself as a human anymore. Ziyan raised her head and looked at the sky. She calculated the time in her heart and said, "Little Xingxing might be here in less than half an hour. We can go and sit down first, and then," she gritted her teeth and took a deep breath, "and then think of a way to help." Help! Everyone smiled bitterly. They all knew the answer. Everyone had to know their own limit. If they rushed up to help, they might not even be able to help. Even if they used their intelligence, would those things really work in the face of absolute power? Look at that guy. How much power did he use to push his way here? Now, he was going to overturn the entire little divine prefecture by himself. Look at his opponents. What kind of gods were they? There might even be gods among them. It was as if he was going to recreate the prosperous scene from several eras ago. God knows how many years it had been since little divine prefecture was so lively. Gao Yuan did not say anything. He looked down and said, "There is a place that is quite lively. Let's go there and sit down. Maybe we can get something special. I'll let you see the world and get to know some famous strong people." Zai thought for a while and spread out his hands. "They are just a bunch of cannon fodder. What's there to get to know? Soon they will fight against the darkest and most violent power in the world. Soon their names will be engraved on their tombstones. Sigh, that idiot really makes people restless." Gao Yuan smiled bitterly. That little fool probably didn't even plan to waste time with anyone. Anyone who is hostile and wants to do something can come. That divine weapon has attracted so many people's attention, and anyone with a little bit of greed in their hearts will come here. And anyone who is eager to make a move and accidentally steps into the battlefield will be treated as an enemy and wiped out by him. He's impatient, so he borrowed the hand of that god to inform the entire small divine land of what he wants to do. This way, those who are hostile will easily gather together, and he can kill all of them at once, which will save him a lot of trouble in the future. Gao Yuan continued to smile bitterly. He doesn't even care about those who are at the divine level. How far has that power surpassed the rules? Everyone was sighing at that guy's calculations, but what they were afraid of was that he might accidentally go overboard. It probably wouldn't happen, right? The group did not stay for too long. They descended from the sky and stopped in front of a relatively tall pavilion in the city. They climbed over the railings on the third floor and entered. Gao Yuan instructed Ziyan and the others where to sit while he ran down to greet the people in the pavilion. He also asked around to see who was there. Everyone also straightened their ears and tried to eavesdrop. They did not see anything useful from the top. However, many people noticed their gazes and turned their heads. At that moment, at least 80% of the gazes in the entire pavilion were focused on them. Part of the reason was because of Gao Yuan. At this moment, an unusually powerful person had appeared in a place where many strong people gathered, and he was dragging dozens of small tails behind him. Such a grand scene was not common. However, those strong people only glanced at Ziyan and the others. Their gazes lingered on the group of girls for a while before they moved away. The quiet pavilion was bustling again. After all the gazes had moved away, Ziyan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Some sweat seeped out of their foreheads. Just the gathering of so many gazes had such terrifying power. It seemed that it was right to bring Yun Nuashing to these places. With him around, they would not have to endure such meaningless things. I'm afraid that more than half of the strong people here are divine emperors. Chu Yingzhan wiped the sweat off her forehead. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to say something else, Gao Yuan's voice came from the side. Haha, are you scared? At this moment, the people gathered here are all strong people from various realms. Even if they are restrained, their every move will still have a lot of power. After all, they are all divine emperors. Ziyi nodded indifferently. Those sitting at the bottom here were all high-level gods. More than 80% of them were in this realm. As for the remaining 20%, excluding a portion of them who were just passers-by, the rest were probably the so-called god. However, even if 80% were eliminated, there were still many people. There are so many gods? Yuan Shi's face was full of sweat. This is the end of the withering rule, right? It has been suppressed to the peak. Why are there still so many strong gods? Most of them were left over from the previous era. Some appeared in the early and middle stages of this era. At the end of the era, that is, during this long period of time, there are very few new gods who appeared. Gao Yuan sat down and took a sip of tea. He spoke unhurriedly. Look over there. Gao Yuan held the teacup in his hand and pointed at a person below the pavilion with his index finger. Everyone turned their eyes in unison. He was pointing at a tall man. Big might not be the right word. He was not the type who had a strong back and a strong waist. The man was just very tall, about 7 feet tall. He was only slightly sturdy. He looked scholarly and weak. He sat at a table in the corner and drank by himself. His temperament was light. There were 2 long swords on the chair beside him. However, based on his temperament, a long zither or 2 scrolls would be more suitable than 2 long swords. He did not seem to care about what was going on in this pavilion, nor did he seem to know what was going to happen in this realm. He just drank by himself sullenly. Occasionally, he would frown and sigh. He was like a middle-aged uncle who would gather in a restaurant in the evening and at night to sigh and drink in silence. Recently, everything had not been going well for him. That's He Yuan, it's just a code name. Most of the gods in Little Divine Prefecture call each other by code names because some people have lived for so long that they have forgotten their own names. The people who remember his name may not even be as old as him. He Yuan, a strange name. Is there anything special about this name? Violet Knight asked. Of course. Gao Yuan smiled and pointed in another direction vaguely. A crimson figure was sitting in a private room. He yawned lazily and looked listless. His code name is Red Feather. He is a powerful shifter. Currently, not many people know his background. Gao Yuan paused for a moment and continued. They are all on the same list. Everyone became more alert. Some straightened up, some cracked their joints, and some stretched. Then, they all made a gesture of listening attentively. As I said earlier, almost all the gods in Little Divine Prefecture call each other by code names. Gao Yuan said, there is a giant spirit list in Little Divine Prefecture. It lists the famous gods in Little Divine Prefecture from top to bottom. Of course, this is just a general list and not all of them. There are old guys who live in seclusion everywhere. They prefer to live quietly in the mountains and rivers. They don't care about worldly affairs, as if they are waiting to die of old age. There are so many gods in Little Divine Prefecture? Yuan Shi frowned. The remaining post-god masters in the realm of the gods have not done anything like this. Most of them are well-behaved and sealed themselves. If Little Star did not mention it, we would not have known that there are so many gods in this world. Little Divine Prefecture is special. The rules of heaven and earth that flow here are the rules of the ancient times. Naturally, it is different. As long as one can surpass the post-god level, almost all of them can continue to go further. However, it is impossible to become an enlightened master. Gao Yuan sighed. He was a little sad and worried. Even though he knew that the rules of the 8 elements realm would be reversed after 1,000 years, he still could not help but sigh. He did not have the time to hold it in for 1,000 years. His eyes flickered for a moment, and suddenly, he looked in the direction of the door of the pavilion. There, a beautiful figure slowly appeared, and walked into the pavilion with a crisp sound. She was wearing a long green dress. Her body was tall and enchanting. There was a faint smile on her face, and her temperament carried a faint sense of holiness. She was very beautiful, as if a Holy Spirit had descended to the world. Fairy Biue, I didn't expect her to come. She has always been aloof from worldly affairs. Is she also interested in little brother Chaos? Gao Yuan was stunned when he saw the newcomer. He could not help but whisper. Nightmare saw that there was something wrong with his eyes and could not help but tease. Why, do you have a relationship with her? Do you have a crush on her or vice versa? Gao Yuan was startled and waved his hand with a wry smile. What? I just cough. She accidentally saved my life back then. We got to know each other at that time. After that, we parted ways after traveling together for a while. Ming raised his head and glanced down. Perhaps it was because the two of them had an excessively dense holy aura, but at this moment, their gazes coincidentally met. They both looked at each other with some surprise and said in unison in their hearts, "What a dense holy power!" Fairy Biue and Ming looked at each other for a second and then looked away casually. Then, the former saw Gao Yuan next to her. She raised her eyebrows and smiled like a peerless fairy. She walked lightly and walked up to the 3rd floor of the pavilion under the gaze of many people. Gao Yuan stood up and rubbed his hands nervously. Long time no see, Biue. Fairy Biue smiled inexplicably and looked him up and down. She said jokingly, I just heard the news of your death a few days ago. I didn't expect you to be alive and kicking somewhere else. Gao Yuan's face was filled with embarrassment. Everyone was burying their faces in the table and laughing dryly. Well, this dignified divine-level master was killed before he even died. Perhaps no one who was present that day believed that he could survive an explosion of that scale, but he did not die. He even secretly turned against them. Fairy Biue bowed gracefully and looked at everyone present. Are they your students? Me? Gao Yuan was stunned. Only now did he come back to his senses and shook his head. I'm not that lucky. They have nothing to do with me. Well, that's not right. After all, I did die once. Look, it was these little guys you saw who did it. Fairy Biue looked at him in surprise and then frowned. Gao Yuan said, if they didn't go easy on me and heal me, I might have really died there. Sigh, once a plan goes in one ear and in the other. I didn't expect to be reduced to a chess piece. The woman in the green dress glanced at him. I told you to leave long ago, but you didn't listen. I've told you a few years ago that the 6 gates of Free Clouds has changed. It's no longer a good place to stay. But you still stubbornly stayed there. What's the use of crying to me when you've suffered? Gao Yuan scratched his head and seemed to want to say something. Zai couldn't help but interrupt. Don't pick this time to catch up. Say something important. Ah, yes. Gao Yuan straightened up and nodded. Biue, you came here for that chaos? Ahem, that person? Fairy Biue shook her head. I'm just here to watch the show. How can I miss a show that even I, who lives in seclusion in the 13 states, can't miss it? As for thoughts, you've known me for so many years, do you think I have those thoughts? Hearing that, Gao Yuan was relieved. That's good, that's good. Oh, I mean, you better not get involved. That person is very strange. Fairy Biue looked at him with a faint smile. We haven't seen each other for thousands of years. You still have things you want to hide but can't hold back. Tell me what happened. Then, Gao Yuan told her everything in a daze. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy said he was fine, but he couldn't even speak properly when he saw her. Fairy Biue listened quietly. Her pretty face was sometimes surprised, sometimes stunned, and sometimes thoughtful. In the end, she looked at Xian and the others strangely. After pondering for a long time, she said softly, If that's the case, we've all misunderstood that hymn. That's not all of it, because that kind of thing did happen in the ancient era. That was indeed a very dangerous power. When that idiot grasped that kind of power, his brain wouldn't be too good. Most people who dared to stand in his way would die. Ziyi propped up his cheek with one hand, while the other helplessly spread out. There are people who walk in the dark in the world, but they do good things in the light. They are both good and evil, causing suspicion and misunderstanding in the world. There have been many such people since ancient times, but few people can understand them. Fairy Biwa nodded and said softly, "Although I don't have any thoughts about that little brother, there are many people who have evil thoughts." Gao Yuan waved his hand. "It's fine. If they want to die, let them. It's not like I can stop them. Just don't join in the fun." Hearing this, Fairy Biwa sighed and shook her head. Her expression was slightly serious. "I'm not done yet. I just came from the Cloudtop State and heard a piece of news." "What?" Fairy Biwa glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Your family, no, the 6 sects of free clouds might send out a divine ancestor level master." Everyone was stunned. Divine ancestor? What level? Also a deity? Hearing this, Gao Yuan couldn't help but gasp. They're sending out a force of this level so soon? In this world where the rules have withered? Fairy Biwa nodded and looked at Xian and the others. Her words sent chills down their spines. Divine ancestor refers to the deities in our family. Those old monsters who stand high in the clouds and haven't passed for countless years, those deities who look down on all living beings. Chapter 1142. The dark storm was swirling, violent, and filled with countless emotions. One could even hear the whispers of the wind. The terrifying energy turned into a chilly wind that blew tens of thousands of miles away, turning this place into a hopeless situation that was even more terrifying than the Forbidden Zone. Under the shroud of the black chilly wind, a layer of bones was buried. All kinds of strange bones were piled up into a mountain. In the mountain of bones, in addition to the strange limbs and horns of various demons, there were also human skeletons that told others that there had been a tragic massacre here. In these days, in addition to the demons, there were also some humans who came here with the purpose of prying or probing. Without exception, they all became a part of the mountain of bones and could not leave. The dark storm vaguely had the momentum of rolling into a tornado. The dense, sharp wind blades were blown into the sky by the strong wind. 10 miles away from the center of the storm was an unusually calm place. It was the eye of the storm. However, this place was surging with violent energy that was completely different from the calm. In this area, almost nothing existed. Yun Nuoshing sat cross-legged in the center of the cyan-blue magic circle. His body was constantly flashing with black, silver-black, and cyan-blue light. The power of the element of chaos was constantly flowing in his body. The other elements were also constantly revolving around the element of chaos like stars surrounding the moon. The power of the stars flashed, and countless stars appeared on the surface of his body. They hung high on one side and revolved around him as the center. Kai Xia sat quietly on one side and opened her eyes to look at him from time to time. Her eyes were as bright as the sun, which was a slightly warmer color in this place. However, it was pitifully little. These days, she had been sitting on one side, surrounded by a black energy barrier. She was not affected by the storm outside and the energy gathered in this place. She had been watching him cultivate here, killing and devouring all the lives that came here. Later, he simply created this black storm to block all the people who came here. He and the element of chaos had reached a somewhat strange state, like a symbiotic state. Well, that was nonsense. Elements and humans were in a symbiotic state. However, she did not have a better way to describe it. Parasitism was a little too strange. The element of chaos had no life. It was just a strange energy. It was even stranger that it merged with the silver-black, unknown thing. In the past 2 or 3 days, She had also returned to his soul world and wandered in his sea of memories, trying to find the memories of the silver-black object. However, Yun Nuoxing seemed to have noticed it long ago, probably a long time ago, perhaps when he recovered his memories. He had hidden the memories of this thing. No matter how hard she tried, she could not find it, and if she asked, he probably would not tell her. Well, it was not probably. A few days ago, she had been brought to it by silence. Anyway, it was an extremely dangerous thing. All the rationality in her body told her that it was best not to touch that thing. It was more dangerous than touching the element of chaos. There would not be a good ending. She saw with her own eyes that another attacking god rushed over and was annihilated by the silver-black thing. She did not even see what happened in the middle. Yun Nuoxing slowly stood up. Kai Xia recovered from her state of thinking. She turned her head to look at him and smiled. Are you ready? The black storm was getting more and more violent. The rumbling made the whole earth tremble. The air whined and time became chaotic. However, it was suppressed by a strong force. Even if there was chaos, it could not be shown. Kai Xia's gaze penetrated into the distance. She saw the black storm rolling like a thick cloud wall. She estimated that the range of the storm had expanded a little. But that was normal. After all, his power could easily destroy the world. Which one of them did not have a large range of influence? Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath. The light in his eyes flickered. The dark storm that covered 100,000 miles suddenly disappeared. It was only a step from being there to being nothing. It disappeared in an instant as if it had never appeared. Kai Xia was stunned. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously, thinking that there was something wrong with her eyes. What are you preparing? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at her. His voice was still cold and indifferent. I'm just resonating with the elements of chaos. I've slightly perfected the matter of removing the suppression. I've redone this point. There's no need for any preparation. I'm just going to take a divine weapon that's waiting for me. All right. There is no need for any preparation. Whatever you say. Kai Xia spread out her hands helplessly. Mei Mao's sun-like eyes flickered. You really don't need my help? Yun Nuoxing. Yes. You have to face a lot of enemies. A lot of them. They come from the entire divine prefecture. I have sneaked out to take a look. There are many ancient forces here. They are even older than those in the realm of the god. They are probably comparable to your temple. Even so, you still want to deal with them alone? Yun Nuoxing suddenly laughed. Kai Xia was stunned. He actually laughed. She had not seen him for a few days. During this time, even if she saw him laugh, it was just a cold and tasteless smile. It was completely different from this faint smile that came from the heart. However, the faint smile that suddenly returned to normal was just a flash in the pan. It disappeared after a while. When she looked at him again, she could only see that cold face. It was so cold that it could freeze people's blood. Kai Xia wondered if her eyes were damaged. From the beginning to the end, this should be my battle. No matter what, if I drag you guys into this, it will be terrible. If I need your help for such a trivial matter, what should I do in the future? Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked into the distance, the void area far away. After a while, he turned his head to look at Kai Xia and smiled. This time he really smiled. Kai Xia was sure that she was not mistaken. Or, I didn't bring you confidence and made you worry all the time? Kai Xia curled her lips. The moment you ran away, no one's heart was calm. It won't be long. Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and looked at her hands. She clenched her fists tightly and let out a long sigh. It won't be long, it won't be long. It's just a short separation. Right now I shouldn't be by anyone's side. This is good. This is very good. His voice was as cold as frost, which made Kai Xia feel uncomfortable. How are you going to get there? Chaos is ringing. I know what has become of that place. I know how many people are waiting there. So what? Let's do as they wish. They said that I am inhuman. Indeed, this world says that I am evil. They say that I am. Then let's do as they wish. Kai Xia suddenly shuddered. Looking at his smile that was not a smile, she inexplicably felt her heart palpitate. She shuddered. A black breeze appeared around her again, and the thick black cloud appeared again without any warning. It seemed that it had always been there, and the disappearance of a few minutes was just her illusion. Moreover, this time, the black gale also had an unparalleled wild energy. Previously, he just let the whirlwind stay there, calmly, without any big movements, and he did not add much energy to it, but it could already prevent life forms below the post-god level from entering. Now, it seemed that it was going to rain. A heavy downpour, a downpour of blood. Yun Nuoshing floated in midair and walked forward step by step. He brought this black storm with him as he walked forward. The land that the violent wind swept past revealed traces of destruction and destruction. The energy within an unknown radius was plundered. He walked forward step by step, bringing along the storm that swept across the land, causing the land to tremble. Wherever he passed, all living things were annihilated. "What are you waiting for?" A voice sounded in her ears, making Kai Xia shudder fiercely. She looked up and saw him standing in the distance, looking back at her. His red and black eyes flickered. "Let's go. There's not much time. There are still many things to do." Kai Xia hurriedly flew up with the black energy barrier, and carefully came to his side. Yun Nuoshing took another step. This step directly brought the black hurricane across an unknown distance. The earth that was still green just now instantly became dead silent. It was really the passing of the storm. Nothing could be preserved. "You plan to drag it across like this?" Kai Xia felt that he must be crazy. His brain might have been fried. You have already released the news to the entire divine land. Now you still want to drag this energy that has been accumulated for 3 days. Do you know how many enemies you will attract along the way? You want to go all the way from the Cloud Top province to the 3rd province. Oh, come on. Then there's nothing to worry about. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said indifferently, "The world humiliates me, hates me, and curses me. So what? They treat me as an evil being. They never thought about why they came to find me. I only think that this is their request. They hope that I will become an evil being. Then so be it. Come more, save me the trouble. Anyway, after this matter, there won't be many lives left in the world. Why don't I give them a push?" Kai Xia looked at him thoughtfully. Looking at his flashing red and black eyes, she suddenly nodded. She seemed to have understood something. In short, his mind was a little chaotic at the moment. It was not right to say that he was delirious. There was no strange thing fighting with him for the body. He was just a little confused. This was what he called madness. "I am not a pitiful victim. I am the perpetrator. I am the destroyer. I am the god of chaos. This world shall be as I wish. Everything shall return to chaos. And then be destroyed. There are about 100 gods recorded on the giant spirit list. If these are the more authoritative and famous gods, then the number of gods in the entire divine land might be 2 or 3 times more." In the pavilion, Gao Yuan and Fairy Biue were still talking to Zai and the others about the various gods in the divine land. Gao Yuan said, "There are a lot of people living in seclusion. Look, the one sitting in front of you is Biue. She has not come out for many years. Everyone thinks that she has gone to the realm of the god." Biue rolled her eyes at him, waved her hand and said, "Let's not talk about me first. I know you are asking about a lot of things because you want to pass information to that little brother of chaos. But there are many things that we can't be sure about. The giant spirit list only records these people, but there is no information about their power. I can only say that every god should not be underestimated. To be able to reach the divine rank in this era, they have their own abilities. Is he coming?" Zai sighed helplessly and shook her head. "I can only know that the little fool has been holding back his power for 3 days. He is going to rush over here in one go. As for the specific time, She looked at Xian and then at Ming. These two girls know a little. They are close to the little fool. Maybe they know when he is coming. Yao Hua pulled his head up from the table. And then? Zai was about to say something when Xian suddenly stood up. She seemed to have sensed something in her heart. She took out a jade pendant. She had been keeping this jade pendant close to her body. It was the proof of their meeting. Even the jade pendant she gave him was cut from the same piece of jade. At the moment it was emitting a faint light. He is coming. Xian looked up at everyone excitedly. Her face was full of joy. He is coming. He is coming. Half an hour is almost up. He is coming. Gao Yuan scratched his head. He didn't really understand the concept of telepathy. Anyway, he didn't have the time to eat this mouthful of dog food. He subconsciously looked around. You said he's here, then where is he, Before he finished, he looked down at the floor below and frowned. The people sitting in the hall and several floors had unknowingly decreased. Seeing this, Bua Fairy also said, "There are fewer people. They seem to have all left. That red feather is gone. But He Yuan, Ling Xiao, and Bu are still here. Something seems to have happened outside. It's a bit noisy at the city gate." Gao Yuan frowned. Something that could cause a commotion. He could not help but look at Xian. Could it really be that chaos bro who came? The sky darkened a bit as if the sun was setting. The sky was getting dark. However, there was still a long time before nightfall. How could it be dark now? Many people noticed this situation. The sky had darkened abnormally. Just a moment ago, they were still leisurely reading their book. Now, they were slowly squinting their eyes. The sky was darkening at a clear and discernible speed. It was as if there was a black cloud above their heads, and a torrential downpour was imminent. Feng Er's nose twitched. She looked out of the window and into the dark sky. Finally, she looked at Ziyi and Ziyen. "It's time for us to leave." Yuan, she was stunned. "Aren't we waiting for Little Star here? Why are we leaving?" Gao Yuan felt more and more that something was wrong. He quickly stood up. "Let's go outside and take a look. You guys be careful." "No need. Star is already here. Chaos is singing and the stars are shining. He is already here." Feng Er shook her head, waved her hand and walked past the two who were in a daze. "We will know when we go out." At this moment, Crystal Peak was completely shrouded in night. There were no clouds in the sky. The sunlight and its light were clearly visible in the air, but the light was dim. Even the sun was weak. If you squinted, you could see some lines on the surface of the grumpy big man hanging in the sky. It was as if the sunlight had been swallowed up. The abnormal gloom quickly drew everyone's attention. Countless people rose into the air and looked towards the crater, but they did not see anything out of the ordinary. No, that place was abnormal in the first place. It was just that there was no new abnormality. The sky was distorted, and there was a faint light in the sky far away. The black breeze indicated that something was wrong at this moment. Traces of coldness slowly lowered the temperature of the world. The cold wind mixed with an abnormal black aura surged in from all directions. Not long after, the darkness of this world became more obvious. Compared to before, there was more coldness and a faint sense of uneasiness. The world was disturbed. The atmosphere was roaring, the elements were chaotic, and the space was shaking. If they were alive and had consciousness, they should be screaming in fear and running away in all directions. Yes, running away. They were running away with the wind mixed with the black wind. The wind in the air now had a clear sound of wind. Ugh! What's with this wind? As soon as Yao Hua went out, a leaf hit his eyes. He was so shocked that he jumped up. He quickly slapped away the leaf that hit his face with the strong wind. He breathed into his palm, and the breath turned into frost. The temperature of the world had dropped to a relatively low level. For ordinary people, the temperature at this moment could be counted as winter, but cultivators did not care about this little change in temperature. The summer is as cold as winter. Who is the world crying for? Who is wronged? Chu Chen grimaced and tightened his robe that was blown by the wind. The street was also in chaos. Ordinary people had been transferred to other cities by the powerful cultivators who were guarding this place. There might be a big disaster. In small divine land, this kind of thing was very common. Although there were not many ordinary people, there were hundreds of millions of them in a medium-sized city. However, there was no trouble in transferring them. When Xian and the others first arrived, they saw the last group of people being sent away. They did not know if it was because the non-human thing was coming here that they had to leave. At this moment, the only people running on the street were cultivators, and most of them were running to the city wall and the city gate in the south. They are all going to the south. The energy on Gao Yuan's body trembled slightly, and the gale 30 meters around him disappeared, turning into a tranquil land. He frowned slightly and said, I remember you said that little brother Chaos was in the Cloud Top Prefecture previously? This place is facing the Cloud Top Prefecture, which is the north. Everyone looked at Xian. She just took a deep breath and clenched her hands anxiously. Then she also rushed to the city wall in the south. The people behind her hurriedly followed. They looked up at the sky. The deep darkness was as cold and dark as the night. There seemed to be a huge monster releasing the wild energy it had accumulated in the dark. The huge monster was releasing energy without restraint. He was a violent monster. The violent energy released by him was a terrible disaster to the world and everyone here. The wind is blowing. Feng Er sighed faintly. Let's leave as soon as possible. I'm worried that we won't be able to last long in the chaotic storm of the stars. Kacha, the wind tore apart the roofs of some of the more fragile buildings, and the broken pieces of the buildings were thrown into the air. Many people reacted subconsciously, but as soon as they looked up, they saw the broken pieces disappearing into the sky at a speed of about 1,000 miles per second. Even the newly built city wall of Crystal Peak was thrown into the air. Everyone was speechless when they looked up, but they soon noticed something else. The sky was getting darker. The sun was still hanging there, but it had lost its color. It was just a huge fiery red ball, and they could see its outline clearly from where they were standing. Everyone was speechless, but they soon noticed something else. The sky was getting darker. The sun was still hanging there, but it had lost its color. The Great City Barrier Array, there was such a thing. At this moment, it had already been erected and enveloped the entire city. A magnificent radiance shone down from the sky, calming the hearts of many. However, this so-called Great City Barrier Array could not even block this fierce wind. One could even see ripples on the surface of the energy barrier when the wind blew past. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye were constantly wriggling on the surface of the Great City Barrier Array. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment in this fierce wind. Gao Yuan felt that something was wrong, so he quickly brought Ziyan and the others to the top of the city wall in a flash. At this time, a considerable number of strong men had gathered there, ranging from high-level gods to gods. They were all looking outside the city wall with solemn expressions. Even the strong men who usually boasted of being masters and put their hands behind their backs had their hands in front of their chests. The strong wind was blowing their robes loudly, but they didn't seem to be shielding themselves from the wind to preserve their elegance. Xian and the others came to a corner of the city wall. There were not many people there, and there were not many people in the sky. The wind was too strong there. As soon as they cast their gazes outside the wall, they were instantly dumbfounded. They saw the colossal creature, and they knew why those divine spirit masters had such solemn and even tragic expressions on their faces. What appeared outside the crystal peak was a storm. It could be seen clearly from the sky. It was a black spot, a black spot, a black hurricane, a chaotic storm. It built a violent storm that was millions of miles wide, and it was blowing over from the end of the line of sight. Yao Hua was dumbfounded. He was sweating profusely. He took a deep breath and turned all his emotions into two words. F***ck. Chapter 1143. The black storm raged between heaven and earth with an extremely shocking momentum. It was still at the far end of the horizon. Even from a distance, one could still see its terrifying size. The storm was a storm that had never appeared in the entire celestial realm. As for its area of influence, no one seemed to care about it. A large area around the crystal peak was an empty wilderness. There was nothing of value to be found there. There was also no dragon vein that was too powerful underground. It was only enough to support the survival of this city. Therefore, there was no one around it. The only thing that accompanied it was the giant crater that opened the sky. This neighbor had just come to greet him more than a month ago. The black wind between heaven and earth was getting denser and denser. The chaotic storm that disturbed the entire world was also slowly approaching. It was as if a giant beast had crawled out of the abyss. The sky started to rain. The light raindrops were condensed by energy. Many people subconsciously reached out their hands to catch the raindrops that were blown into their faces by the violent storm. Their expressions were solemn. That rain seemed to be a signal. Soon, more things fell from the sky along with the storm. There were flames in the form of energy, ice in the form of energy, wooden vines, metal, and even pieces of earth falling from the sky. There was a flash of black lightning in the sky, illuminating this part of the world as bright as day. Rumble. It took a while for the rumbling sound to come from the distance. However, it was not the sound of thunder and lightning. Instead, it was the sound of the air trembling, the atmosphere trembling, and the earth trembling. It was as if the echoes of the end of the world had arrived. In the city, oh, that unlucky city was only left with half of it. The chaotic storm had used the most natural wind to blow it down. The city walls were gone. Only the lonely energy barrier and the champions that stood between heaven and earth were left. When the chaotic storm arrived, many people were already scared. They were pushed out by that fear. It was normal for them to run away. Among the many people who came to this place, some of them really had evil intentions. Meanwhile, the others were just here to join in the fun or to see the world. The latter could be said to be bold because of their skills. Many of them had already made their wills and came here with the intention to die. However, that guy did not play by the rules and created such a big scene. Therefore, they were more than happy to take this opportunity to escape. It was better if they did not die if they could. Where is your hero? A low and deep sneer, mixed with mockery, echoed indifferently between heaven and earth. It drilled into everyone's ears along with the sound of the wind, but no one could tell whose voice it was. They couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. There was also an empty echo in their ears, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't tell who it was. His voice reverberated for a while, and the wind between heaven and earth became even more violent, causing everyone's protective barriers to light up. In an instant, the light shone brightly. Countless experts shouted softly, and powerful energy broke out from their bodies, causing the storm around them to stagnate a little. However, the energy between heaven and earth was already in chaos, and they couldn't borrow the power of heaven and earth. The area affected by the chaotic storm was his world, his domain, and no one could cause trouble in his domain. Gao Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He laughed dryly and said, "I say, young brothers and young ladies, if you've seen enough, it's almost time for us to leave." What a joke! Before he was bombarded by the Purple Knight, he still had a little interest in Yun Nuoshing. Now that he saw this thing, let alone being interested, he wouldn't even know how he died if he faced this thing. Admit it, it was not a prey, but a demon that could devour the world. Xian and the others stared straight at the storm. The wind blew her long hair, but she didn't have time to pay attention to it. She just stared straight at it, as if she wanted to see through the storm and see him, who was rolling up the storm. He was right behind it. "I haven't seen you for a few days. What have you become?" Xian was a little excited. She pressed her long hair with her lily-white hand and couldn't help but smile, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was particularly bitter. She frowned and hung a smile with a strong sense of helplessness. She took a deep breath and seemed to whisper to herself, "I want—" "No, you don't." Feng-er hurriedly covered her mouth and dragged her back with all her strength. "Xian, now is not the time to be stubborn. Xingxing doesn't want us to stay here. We said that we can't be emotional. Even if we're emotional now." Xian heard this and smiled bitterly. She shook her head and said, "Actually, I want to say that it's almost time for us to leave." Feng-er was stunned and her pretty face was blank. Xian broke free from her arms and rolled her eyes at her in annoyance. "You don't really think that I'm going to stay, do you?" Feng-er blankly tilted her head, thought for a while, and nodded honestly. "Actually, I'm sure that you'll stay. You've always been as stubborn as Xingxing when it comes to things. Who can persuade you?" As she said this, she sighed again and silently took out a red stick. "Sorry, I was just going to knock you out and drag you away." "Everyone! Were you really going to use that 1-meter-thick stick to knock her out? Were you actually planning to kill her?" Xian's whole body trembled, and in a flash she shrank behind Zai. Trembling, she pointed at the 1-meter-thick weapon that looked like it could send her into the cycle of reincarnation. Her lips were trembling. "Take that thing away. I'll leave, okay?" Feng-er smiled sweetly and put away the giant stick. No matter what kind of dangerous thoughts this girl had before, she was sure that they were absolutely gone now. Alright, this method was actually taught to her by Xingxing. He said that in case Xian was disobedient one day, she should wave the weapon twice. The person holding the weapon couldn't be him, so she was the most suitable one. At that time, she felt that something was wrong, but she didn't expect it to have this kind of effect. "Well, it's good that you've thought it through. Actually, the one I'm most worried about is not you." Feng-er sighed and glanced at a place from the corner of her right eye. "That little angel, where are you going?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a ball of light at a corner of the wreckage of the city wall. It trembled and came out shakily. A pair of pure white wings spread out and a few feathers fell off. That holy face, who else could it be other than Ming? It seemed that even if Xian behaved herself this time and didn't have any other ideas, there was still a little angel with a serious brother complex who wanted to sneak away. Bing Er walked over and pulled Ming back. She looked at her with her blue-gold eyes and said seriously, "You can't sneak away." Ming was speechless. She looked at Feng-er bitterly and sighed. "I'm just going to take a few steps away. You don't have to be so nervous." Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Boom! Following a sudden explosion, torrents of energy of various colors suddenly rushed out in tacit understanding. They tore apart the endless storm that was coming at them and rushed toward the black storm in the distance. The tens of thousands of experts who had been standing here for a long time finally began to pour energy into the chaotic storm. Moreover, based on the flow of energy between heaven and earth, it seemed that they had prepared something else. Seeing this, Gao Yuan waved his hand. "Let's go. We can't get involved anymore. We can only be honest bystanders from afar." Everyone nodded, but the girls were still worried and glanced at Ziyan and Hu Ming. The two girls couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, in the next second, they were taken away by Bue and Gao Yuan. They couldn't stay any longer. When there was a whoosh in the air, everyone disappeared, leaving behind the thousands of strong people pouring energy into the chaotic storm in the distance. There was a corner on the city wall that was unexpectedly intact. A white ball of meat was rolling around there. It was Little Magic. Perhaps it was because he was too small, but Xian and the others had overlooked him. Sitting next to Little Magic, Little Purple Soul was swinging her legs and humming an unknown but very pleasant song. It didn't sound like a nursery rhyme or a children's song. The wind in the face of the wind disappeared under this song. She grabbed Little Magic's tail and pulled him into her arms. She pinched his cheeks and said softly in a childish voice, "Little Magic, don't run around. You'll see Big Brother soon. Little Juan cocked her head to the side and nodded. Her dark eyes stared at the chaotic storm that was sweeping over from the horizon. The two of them were not afraid at all. As soon as Xian and the others were taken away from the chaotic vortex by Gao Yuan, Little Qing exclaimed, "Little Purple Soul is gone." Everyone was stunned. Lan Xian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why is this little girl running around? She had only said this subconsciously. After saying it, she felt unwell all over. Little Purple Soul was probably not in that place. She abruptly turned her head to look in that direction. Countless energies were rioting. She didn't know if that chaotic storm had been stimulated, but in just a few short breaths of time, its volume had increased by several times. Those energies that spanned across the entire world were like clay oxen entering the sea when they rushed into the chaotic storm, disappearing without even a splash. Swoosh! Streaks of bright light descended from the sky and landed on the half-destroyed crystal peak. A steady stream of people rushed out of the light. They were all from other places around the crater to provide support. They belonged to some of the superpowers on the small divine land. Most of them were high-level gods, and there were only 2 or 3 god-level experts. There were also some old monsters who usually lived in seclusion who came to join in the fun. They were all startled by the commotion here. However, as soon as they came out, they saw such a terrifying monster standing between the heavens and the earth. Some of them were so scared that they couldn't help but recite their Taoist names. Then, they braced themselves and rushed forward. "The guys from the 6 gates of the free clouds are here," someone exclaimed, which boosted the morale of countless people. They worked harder and harder. However, no matter how much energy they used, they couldn't even make a sound after entering the chaotic storm. Lan Xian gritted her teeth and was about to rush back when Ziyi grabbed her arm. Ziyi shook his head at her and said, "Little Zi Hun is very special. Most of the energy cannot affect her. Little Xing Xing's energy is also useless against her. She will be fine. On the other hand, if we rush in recklessly, we might be sucked in by his energy. Little Xing Xing had asked us to go as far as possible from the beginning. Yi Shi and I have been very willful to bring you here. If any of you get into trouble, how am I going to explain to that idiot?" But Lan Xian was still a little anxious. She remembered Little Purple Soul's strange energy immunity and couldn't help but feel relieved. No matter how strange the chaotic element was, it was still a kind of energy. It seemed that it was useless. That's why people said that too much concern made them confused. "Back off." A faint voice like thunder shook everyone's heart. A great pressure fell from the sky, covering the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Time, space, and the storm froze slightly at this moment. The voice was like thunder, and the people standing in the distance felt their blood boil. Even Gao Yuan and Biue's expressions changed slightly. They joined forces to form an energy shield to resist the force, but the next second, they were still pushed back by the force. Xian and the others were also pushed back thousands of meters by the roar. They felt dizzy. Only Zai, Feng and a few others were slightly better, but their chests were stuffy and they were sweating profusely. What was that just now? Yao Hua hurriedly wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked at the shocking battlefield with fear in his eyes. Gao Yuan and Biue kept retreating until they were next to the others. Biue heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but say, "Divine Ancestor. One of the divine ancestors of the 6 sects of the idle clouds has come out." In the dark sky, a figure was floating in the air. He was wearing simple clothes made of coarse linen. He looked like an ordinary person, but his appearance and temperament were extraordinary. The 5 slowly rotating divine rings behind him also set off his extraordinary temperament. His arrival alone made the whole world silent. Countless energies froze in an instant, and all kinds of energy phenomena that fell from the sky along with the black storm also froze. Finally, he is here. A divine spirit realm expert couldn't help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. He tilted his head and looked at the figure with respect. As the storm kept approaching, the intensity of the strange energy phenomena increased by many times. If this big shot didn't make a move, their energy shield would break. Whoosh whoosh, the howling winds between the heavens and earth strangely stopped, but the black storm not far away did not stop. It was like a vortex that swallowed all the energy in the world, gathering all of it into the wild wind. Within the black storm clouds, one could see many strange and bizarre scenes. The combined attack of tens of thousands of powerhouses had not been able to cause any damage to it. That was nonsense. No matter what, that person had killed a divine spirit realm expert. It would be strange if this motley crew could make him quiet down just by casually knocking him a few times. Rascal, since I have come here, why don't you show yourself? The divine spirit realm expert stared at the chaotic storm in the distance with an unfriendly look in his eyes as he said in a deep voice. Violent winds swirled, and there were even several wind directions in one area, tearing the space apart. Dull and violent sounds reverberated between heaven and earth. Those energy phenomena had disappeared at some point in time, but the chaotic windstorm was still rushing forward. A mere early divine spirit realm expert. You are just a remnant flame left behind from the previous era. Your flame of life is like a candle in the wind, not worth mentioning. The suppression of the laws of the great Yuan realm must be uncomfortable, right? Heh. The sound of the wind reverberated again. It was the voice of a man and a woman. It spread throughout heaven and earth, causing many people to feel fear. Although it was not as domineering as the divine spirit realm expert's voice, the sinister wind made people's hair stand on end. The divine spirit realm expert frowned slightly. He waved his hand and was about to signal something when the voice that reverberated between heaven and earth sounded again. How much power can you release now? Divine spirit realm, although I was afraid, it was only for a moment. Now why don't you try? The provocative voice fell into the divine spirit realm expert's ears, causing him to raise his eyebrows. He did not feel anything and continued to wave his hand. Set up the formation. Form the myriad death's mysterious dragon formation. Yes. Hearing his shout, countless people from the 6 gates of the idle clouds responded sternly. Their figures flashed quickly and arrived behind the divine spirit realm expert. They quickly spread out and formed a vertical net between heaven and earth. Their positions vaguely formed a mysterious formation, and the divine spirit realm expert happened to be in the center of the formation. However, he was not in a hurry to enter the formation. As for the others, if you don't want to be accidentally hurt, you should leave as soon as possible. After he said that, he did not care about the other people. He took a step forward and gently raised his hand. The entire space distorted horribly in front of his eyes. The space in all directions squeezed toward the chaotic windstorm. Divine Right Sure Ning. A dark yellow energy appeared from the void, creating a ring of energy waves that pressed toward the chaotic windstorm. However, just as it touched the outer ring of the windstorm, the dark yellow energy was suddenly shattered by an even more powerful energy. He was not nervous even though his attack was broken. He had already expected that his opponent was a somewhat strange and inhuman being. Since he saw him instantly kill a divine spirit without even moving, he treated him as an expert of the same level. He took a deep breath, and the energy in his body circulated. A monstrous aura quietly flowed out, causing the people who were fleeing in all directions to be even more shocked. They hurriedly used all their strength to escape. Almost instantly, the sky became empty. Hua hua! A monstrous sea of energy appeared out of thin air behind the divine spirit realm expert. He casually formed hand seals with his hands, and the sea of energy solidified in a few breaths' time, as if it had been created out of thin air. It surged out with a monstrous and astonishing energy. In the middle of it, a giant spear that could split the sky appeared. The sea of energy surrounded the giant spear and shot out with a rumble, fiercely rushing toward the chaotic windstorm. In front of the windstorm that encompassed an area of millions of miles, the giant spear was still as small as a grain of rice. However, the manifestation of the power of that realm was not determined by size. Similarly, if the volume of the true energy was as large as the manifestation, it would be somewhat shocking. The chaotic windstorm was formed by the energy that Yun Nuashing crazily accumulated for 3 days. Moreover, it was sitting at the place where she controlled the withdrawal point of the entire Guardian formation. In addition, the energy was absorbed from the world of the divine weapon. The true energy contained in the windstorm was enough to turn any divine spirit expert who rushed into it into ashes in an instant. Therefore, when the giant spear formed by divine power rushed into the windstorm, his heart did not waver. He quietly watched the giant spear being destroyed by the boundless energy in the windstorm. The entire process did not even take 5 seconds. Try this. Yun Nuashing's bewitching laughter rang out from the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the windstorm began to move. It was as if the sea of clouds and waves were surging. The side of the windstorm that was facing the divine spirit expert suddenly became abnormally bright. In the pure black windstorm, any other color would be very eye-catching. Suddenly, an extremely resplendent flood of multicolored energy shot out from the abyss-like windstorm. It was tens of thousands of miles wide, and the multicolored energy was wrapped in a black energy that caused countless people's hearts to palpitate. It swept out like a demonic dragon. The divine spirit expert frowned slightly. An endless sea of energy surged behind him. A giant palm that was so condensed that it seemed to be material rushed out from the sea of energy formed by divine power, and collided with the energy flood that carried the power to overturn the heavens. Bang! The two shockingly powerful energies collided. The unparalleled energy shock wave shook the entire heavens and earth. The earth and the sky caved in. This space was crazily corroded by the energy of the two people. It was under their control, and it actually didn't tear apart the slightest bit. Only endless shock waves swept across the heavens and earth. Below them, only half of the crystal mountain was left. At this moment, not even a speck of dust could be found. The divine spirit expert's expression became increasingly grave. Although the chaotic windstorm was forced to slow down as the two of them began to clash, it still attacked at an astonishing speed. The windstorm that was like a wall of heaven and earth gave him an extremely terrifying pressure. Ever since he entered this realm, he had never felt such pressure. Guardian spirit, suppress. He took a step forward. At this moment, his essence, energy and spirit were raised to the peak. However, there was an invisible force that restricted his energy. His expression became slightly sluggish, but it didn't disturb the movement of his hand. As the seals formed by one of his hands changed, he pointed out a finger, and the heavens and earth inexplicably surged. Boom, boom, boom. In the distant and boundless sky, 5 raindrops suddenly fell. It was very slow but also seemed to be very fast. The spectators in the distance only felt like they could see the raindrops slowly falling from the sky, but in their senses, it seemed like they had already fallen on the ground. In that instant their senses passed by. One after another, astonishing energy pillars descended from the sky, landing at the 5 corners of the windstorm, forming a pentagram. Countless energy violently surged out of the windstorm, forming a strange formation on the ground. The divine spirit expert withdrew with a flash, entering the great formation that had been formed at an unknown time. Suddenly, a wave of energy that made the hearts of countless people in the distance tremble rushed out like a tide. You transformed into an evil spirit, didn't listen to my advice, brought disaster everywhere, and acted so ruthlessly against the experts of my race. This world cannot tolerate you. He shouted loudly, the seals in his hands changing crazily. Chi, the ethereal voice that was neither fast nor slow, echoed from the windstorm. It's the same speech again. I'm already tired of listening to it. I've been tired of listening to it for more than 70 years. What does what I do have to do with this world? Who are you? How can you speak of the righteousness of this world? Do you have the qualifications? You and I both know what you're thinking. This world knows. Faint laughter slowly spread out, causing the divine spirit expert's eyes to surge with coldness. His hand seals suddenly condensed, and a monstrous wave of energy madly condensed. If you like to speak of the world, then so be it. Let this heavens become your grave. The rumbling sound resounded through the clouds, and a circle of black energy surged out of the windstorm, rushing in all directions, shattering the ceiling formation formed by the 5 energy pillars. Then, a black ring of light slowly rose from the eye of the windstorm. Everyone who saw this scene had an illusion, as if they were facing something very familiar. It was very familiar, as if they had seen it every day. Soon, everyone remembered, and their faces instantly became deathly pale. The arc that rose from the windstorm, no matter how they looked at it, it looked like a huge black sun. Chapter 1144. Space was distorted, time was severed, and thousands of scenes were silently popping along with the distorted space like bubbles. That solid space was broken under the illumination of the black distorted starlight, and the spatial ripples crushed all the energy within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. After that disturbing black starlight descended, an extremely dazzling black sun appeared on this battlefield from the top of the storm. The unprecedentedly powerful energy reaction instantly attracted the attention of countless people, and the moment they looked over, they almost choked on a breath of cold air that caused their lungs to explode. The moment the sun rose, the distorted starlight and energy continuously shone in all directions. The people who were covered by the sunlight only felt their hearts palpitate and their minds become uneasy, as if they were being controlled by a terrifying existence. That terrifying thought made the onlookers in the distance run for their lives. However, that was the sun, and its light could illuminate the entire small divine land. The surface of the black sun began to churn, faintly expanding and contracting. Thousands of starlight flowed on the surface and constantly spewed out, heating the air to an appalling degree. The surrounding scenes collapsed into a huge funnel and fell toward the sun. It became the bottom of the funnel, swallowing all the elements in the space, and even the void trembled. This scene was projected to every corner of the small divine land, and it had been projected since the beginning of the battle. At this moment, when that thing with a huge sense of oppression appeared, the entire small divine land fell silent, dead silent. Many people looked away from the projection in the sky and turned to look at the third province. Even in broad daylight they could see it clearly. There was a black light shining in the sky, and the light appeared everywhere at the same time. This guy really likes to make a sun appear. The huge size of the black star pressed forward, and it was even bigger than the chaotic storm. Its size was so huge that anyone who looked up from this position would feel extreme pressure, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. One look was enough to make one's mind panic. They were already very far away from the center of the battlefield, but the size of the sun was almost as big as their position. Raging flames surged on the black star, and each tongue of flame was millions of miles high, burning the ground into ashes. Yuan Shi was sweating profusely under the black sunlight. Her vision was distorted by the terrifying heat. Everything she saw was dyed in a strange black color. Everything she saw was distorted, and the temperature was still rising. After leaving the place where the Empyrean God and Primal Chaos Domain were fighting, a hole had been burned through the space. The void was spreading towards the horizon at a crazy speed. The two people with the power of Empyrean gods were clashing, and the damage they caused to the space in the main world was too great. This energy hasn't reached the range of the order barrier's suppression. It's only a matter of minutes before the space of the main world is broken through, Ziyi said softly as she looked at the void. She was the one who was most at ease here, and she even had the leisure to release some flames to isolate part of the temperature. Her body was a divine flame, so how could she be afraid of high temperatures? When the Divine Realm expert saw the black star, he was also stunned for quite a while. To be honest, a sun condensed from special energy appeared in front of him. Whether it was visually, it was more exciting than a Divine Realm expert standing in front of him. Compared to the black star, he was just a tiny speck of dust. That speck of dust could fill up countless people. More importantly, he had no idea how to deal with this kind of highly compressed energy. Normally, no Divine Realm expert would use such an exaggerated method to show off their energy. If it was an ordinary star, they would be able to crush it countless times with one hand. However, this thing was different. This was a star condensed and compressed by a god's own energy. Its essence was completely different in any case. He and his companions were all stunned, so much so that the array froze for a moment. 10,000 death sacrifice, profound dragon. The god expert shouted, and his energy surged into the array. The experts of the 6 schools of the free clouds also came back to their senses, and shouted angrily in unison. Several gods opened their mouths and spat out mouthfuls of viscous blood. They gathered more than half of their own energy into the array. Countless amounts of energy wriggled rapidly, and finally condensed into a giant golden dragon that was millions of kilometers long. Its wings stretched so far that one couldn't see the end of it. However, it was still too small compared to that colossal object. When that giant golden dragon took shape, the light on the surface of the black sun became brighter and brighter. The inside of the black sun was like a heart slowly beating rhythmically. One part of the light was bright, while the other part was dim, creating a very strange scene. That frighteningly huge black fireball released a strange energy radiance. Dazzling rings of energy were released from within it, spreading out in all directions. Rings of energy that were almost solid streaked across space, causing the domains of the 2 gods to tremble incessantly. The surface of the burning fireball churned with monstrous waves, and rings of ripples were generated from every part of the fireball. In the end, the ripples rapidly converged on the side facing the god expert. It had already accumulated an excessive amount of energy, and that extreme amount of energy was almost enough to crush the heavens and the earth. The 2 ripples of space attracted everyone's attention. Everyone only felt that it was very strange. The space outside had exploded until only the void was left, but those 2 places were only trembling slightly. Gao Yuan saw the doubts of Yuan Shi and the others, and softly said, "That is the battle style of the post-god tier. However, this scene will only appear when the opponent is of the same level." The power of the 2 gods turned into domains, each occupying one side. Their divine authority and laws of the same level make it difficult for the other to affect the other. They can only use pure power to fight. Whichever side's domain of divinity has a crack, and the first to shatter, is basically defeated, but that does not mean everything. Some people can always create miracles at the critical moment, and even when their domains are broken, they can still fight until both sides are injured, or they can even complete a counterattack. These things are not uncommon. Everyone listened in a daze and nodded. They looked at the distant sky, at the golden dragon that was only the size of a grain of rice, and the black sun that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and their hearts were slightly raised. At first glance, these 2 sizes did not seem to have any possibility of fighting each other. However, the representation of power was not measured by size. Some people could make themselves bigger than the sun, the moon, and the stars, but in the end they were still torn apart. "Senior, little star or that god, who will win?" Yuan Shi asked a little nervously. He could not understand a battle of such a high level at all. He could sense that the energy waves released by the 2 were very strong, and nothing else. Gao Yuan pondered for a long time. Then, he shook his head and said, "I don't know. The difference between their realms is too great. I have never seen a battle between 2 Divine Realm experts. Divine Ancestor E is only an early-stage Divine Realm expert. As for Chaotic World, I heard from you that he was once a peak Divine Realm expert. He even held his energy for 3 days. But now, he is only an early-stage divine realm expert. It's hard to say. Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly and continued to stare nervously at the battle in the distance. They had a strange feeling in the dark, as if they felt that the era had turned back. In the end of the era where the rules had withered, such a shocking battle between the gods had actually occurred. This was a scene that would only appear a few eras ago, and it should have never happened in this era. Boom! In the dark starlight, the divine realm expert roared. The golden dragon around him raised its head, opened its mouth, and spat out a huge beam of energy that was 1,000,000 miles wide. It poured down on the black sun with shocking power. The black sun was still pulsing rhythmically. The unprecedentedly powerful chaos elemental energy followed the sunlight and crushed every inch of space. Under the illumination of the light, which was shockingly rich in energy, the entire void shattered. The scene became more and more distorted, and the domain of divinity of both combatants shook violently. The golden beam of energy shot out by the golden dragon went against the black sun for some distance before it was weakened again and again. Countless people watched as the beam of energy gradually disappeared under the illumination of the sun. Their faces became a little pale. Even the divine ancestor could not deal with that inhuman thing? Zai's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She looked at the sun that was beating like a heart. A few seconds later, her heart thumped, and she sucked in a breath of cold air. The commotion was so loud that it scared the people around her. The latter and the others turned around and saw her face as white as ice. Even Xiao Xian, who was hanging on her neck, was awakened by the cold air. She looked around in confusion. Bullshit. Let's go. That guy wants to play big. Zai roared in shock. She waved her hand and quickly fled with Xian and the others. Gao Yuan and Biue were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly followed. In the distance, the divine realm experts saw that everyone could not even touch the sun. He finally felt an indescribable pressure. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead, not because of the heat, but because of an inexplicable pressure born in his heart. It was as if he was surrounded by an abyss and was being watched by the abyss. The golden dragon suddenly shrank back, trembling in fear. It could not even maintain its dragon's might. It let out a low dragon's roar that sounded like a timid voice. Rumble. Thump. Thump. He looked at the unhurried pulsation of the sun. The outer layer was surging wildly while the inner layer was contracting and condensing. His eyes flashed wildly. The frequency of the sun's flickering seemed to coincide with the frequency of his heartbeat. The entire world became a giant heart beating together. The void reverberated with the low muffled sound. Many people's internal organs were resonating with the star. Their bodies trembled, and their organs were almost shattered by the resonance. No one knew when the chaotic windstorm had stopped, and the sun had pressed so close. Perhaps it had been moving from the beginning, but it was hard to observe the movements of such a huge object. No one noticed that its center had moved from the top of the chaotic windstorm to the middle of the battlefield. It was as if it was about to press down. Divine Ancestor Yi's face was covered in sweat for a minute as he stared at the sun. Suddenly, he turned pale with fright as if he finally understood what was going to happen. He waved his hand, and the golden dragon let out a furious roar. The dragon's body released a terrifying light of energy as it split apart, as if it was going to explode at full strength in the next second. Wanshang Profound Dragon Sacrifice. God's domain, disintegrate. He shouted. The golden dragon broke apart, and an almost infinite amount of energy gathered in front of him to form an unimaginably huge golden energy barrier. The lightning-like energy jumped crazily on the barrier, flashing. No one knew whether it was showing off its offensive or defensive power. At the same time, he removed his god's domain, barely maintaining it behind the golden barrier. The people of the 6 gates of the leisure clouds were puzzled. They did not know what was going on. It seemed that after the black sun appeared, everything was out of control. Ha, you're a little smart, but it's too late. Wherever the light of the dark star shines, it's all my domain. Now you can die. Let this sky, accompanied by this immortal mark, become your grave. Everyone, sweet dreams. A low and deep laughter came out from the chaotic storm, causing countless people to turn pale with fright. The spectators who were standing in the distance once again fled for their lives. The black sunlight was like a deadly ray of sunlight. What reverberated in the space was not unbearable heat, but a deadly cold. They had never felt that sunlight could be so cold. Star annihilation. As a clear voice sounded, everyone's hearts froze. They heard it clearly. It was a girl's voice. It was a little mischievous, as if a beautiful girl was laughing softly with her tongue out. It was as clear as the sound of wind chimes swaying softly. What was hidden underneath was a coldness that would not melt for 10,000 years. As the syllable of judgment fell, the entire black sun suddenly shrank. A ray of light burst out from the top and bottom of the black sun. At the same time, the black light became completely dazzling, and no one could look directly at it. Under that light, everything in the world seemed to lose all color. It was like an eternal light that froze everything in this place. The energy of annihilation that could not be described with any words rumbled and spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It almost turned the space into nothingness. The new energy of the black sun was so close to the ground that it spread its energy to every corner of the world. Under that dark light, everything faded and turned into ashes. It was an energy explosion that could devour everything. The energy of the chaotic elements mixed with the endless power of the stars caused the energy of annihilation to sweep out in the form of shock waves for hundreds of millions of miles. The brilliant energy explosion caused the huge, small divine land to tremble. Countless people saw that in the distant sky, the black light spot suddenly became bigger and bigger from the size of a grain of rice. It expanded until it was almost right in front of them. Even people who were far away could feel the unreasonable impact. It almost shook the earth until it completely collapsed. The order and rules collapsed inch by inch. It gave everyone the illusion that the world was about to collapse. All kinds of strange scenes appeared out of thin air, or were born directly in their hearts. Those with weak minds and weak spirits bled from their 7 orifices and fainted. Even those powerful gods were not spared. The super-energy, which was equivalent to the creation of the heavens and earth, spread across 5 or 6 prefectures. Even the destruction of the energy covered a large portion of the 3rd prefecture. Countless people were horrified. They trembled and trembled. They almost wanted to kneel down in front of the shocking explosion of energy. Before the disaster spread further, several pairs of eyes in the cloud-top prefecture opened abruptly and looked at the 3rd prefecture together. The shocking energy descended upon the 3rd prefecture from the void and countless distances, causing the destructive energy that was about to spread further to stiffen. 5 to 6 types of energy madly collided with each other. Not long after, the energy of the new dark star gradually dissipated. The destructive energy rapidly shrank, and the shock waves were quietly annihilated as they spread. They did not spread to a larger area. Yun Nuoshing seemed to have sensed something. He slowly turned his gaze over. The primal chaos storm churned once again. In the thick layer of energy clouds, there was a strange thing that was rapidly forming. He had a strange smile on his face. Can't sit still? Is that all you've got? The monstrous destructive energy dissipated into nothingness in a few breaths' time. The entire world regained its tranquility. Yun Nuoshing raised his head. His gaze pierced through the energy storm, and he saw a figure falling from the sky in front of him. His aura was extremely weak. It was Divine Ancestor E. He was still alive. As Yun Nuoshing had expected, it would be a joke if an Empyrean god could die so easily. However, the people of the 6 gates of the free clouds around him had all been vaporized. They had all been reduced to ashes in that earth-shattering energy shock wave. Yun Nuoshing's figure flashed. He left the chaotic storm and appeared beside Divine Ancestor E. He stretched out his hand and was about to grab him. However, before he could grab him, the space beside him suddenly condensed. A divine seal broke through the void like lightning. It descended with the immense might of an Empyrean god and instantly enveloped Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing's eyes narrowed. However, his movements did not change. The chaotic aura around him surged. A black, squarish divine seal rushed out from the chaotic clouds and forcefully collided with the divine seal. Yun Nuoshing's arm also reached out and grabbed the extremely weak Empyrean god, whose soul was on the verge of collapse. Bang! The black divine seal shattered the divine seal that had broken through the void a few seconds later. Yun Nuoshing vaguely heard a muffled groan in the void. He did not hesitate to take out the nethervoid sword. He merged it with several divine weapons at lightning speed. In the process, he had already swung the divine weapon in his hand. A sword shadow that was as powerful as the energy blast that could split heaven and earth slashed through the void mightily. It rushed into the void in the distance. However, it did not touch anything. He seemed to have only swung his sword out of nervousness. Humph! What a primal chaos element! An angry voice rang out in the void. Thousands of weapons appeared in the sky and rained down on Yun Nuoshing. There was also another force that was so hot that it could melt the void. It slapped out with a palm. It was like a palm that could cover the sky. It covered the thousands of weapons and Yun Nuoshing in its hand. Sword shadow, divine might. Yun Nuoshing looked at the two attacks. He clenched his divine sword tightly and swung it up. The black and silver energies merged into the sword shadow. The sword shadow shone with a cold light. It cut through the void and tore a huge hole in the thousands of weapons and the giant flaming palm. The weapons and the giant palm melted rapidly before they could even get close to him. Not even a gust of wind was left behind. Holding Sacred Ancestor E in his left hand, Yun Nuoshing swung the nethervoid sword in his right hand, leaving a sword shadow in the air. He took a deep breath and said blandly, "Again, I've almost figured out your location." The moment he said that, the mighty forces that had spread throughout the world suddenly trembled. An old, cold voice slowly rang out in the void. "Don't think that this is the end. You are going against the entire little divine land. You are going against the entire god realm." Pfft! Yun Nuoshing chuckled. The fury in his heart had reached its peak. He was so angry that he laughed until his entire body shook. Ah ha ha ha! Ha! Heaven and earth, god realm. Ha ha! Ha ha! You people are hopelessly arrogant. Yun Nuoshing laughed, but then his eyes turned a little savage. Do you believe that I can bury the entire god realm with you? Ignorant and foolish bastards! When I arrived in this world, your karma hadn't even been formed yet. This world has lived under my protection for more than 70 eras. What right do you have to put this world in front of me? Negotiate? Yes. People are always so full of themselves. They don't know what they're talking about. That's why I hate this world. Yes. If I didn't put in so much effort, I wouldn't have the time to care about this world, ha ha ha. I am one of the two divine roles of the God realm, the observer. I have taken over the responsibility of a guardian. However, I have judged that this world is not worth saving. This world is worthless. Why should I protect this world? You people are not worth mentioning. This world is meaningless. That extremely cold voice caused frost to spread in the void. Specks of blue appeared in the deep darkness of the void. The anger contained in that voice caused it to retreat 3 feet. The color of the void constantly fluctuated and changed. Nonsense. The words of a madman. A shocked and angry voice came from the void. Divine power as vast as the sea condensed. It seemed that 4 or 5 heavenly gods had descended. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and body. His silver-black hair fell in front of his eyes and covered his eyes. He smiled coldly and put away his divine sword. The primal chaos storm suddenly stopped moving. It suddenly trembled. Then, the entire energy storm collapsed inward. A huge object broke through the dark clouds and slowly rose. Its light illuminated the void, causing the condensed energy to tremble and dissipate a little. It was another huge sun. However, this sun was even bigger than the previous one. It was several times larger. On its surface, there were several dazzling golden and black crystalline halos. The dazzling golden and black light flowed together with its aura. The pressure it released was even more terrifying. It was at least several billion times the volume of an ordinary sun. Black and dazzling golden light sprinkled down, combining to release an extremely strange halo of light. The several crystalline halos spread out and slowly moved around the giant star. The heavy weight was so heavy that the void could not bear it. The purple-black background was distorted. Primal Chaos Heavenly Star, Genesis Splitter, Yun Nuashing said coldly. He raised the Primal Chaos scepter in his hand and forcefully stomped it in the void. The halos of light and shadow on the Primal Chaos Heavenly Star spun a little faster. The transcendent energy fluctuation spread through the entire small divine lands at an infinite speed. A slowly rising crystalline sun was projected in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the people who had stubbornly refused to fall finally collapsed to the ground. The irresistible energy that originated from a peak heavenly god made all the living beings in the small divine lands kneel on the ground. They could not resist. The several heavenly gods were so shocked that their bodies trembled. In this world, in this era, how could someone with such power appear? It doesn't matter anymore, so... Yun Nuashing's eyes blurred. The red and black light solidified. He stared at the void, his eyes ferocious. Die. Chapter 1145. The chaotic energy swept out again across the void. Countless energy echoes caused the void to rumble. The light of the chaotic heavenly star dimmed the void. The cracks in the barrier between the Sea of Time and the primordial realm were constantly collapsing and repairing. Heaven and earth were in chaos. The huge battlefield in the third region had become a land of destruction. The red crystals that projected the entire small divine land had been blown up in the last energy nova. Now, no one could see what was happening inside. They could only feel the terrifying elements of chaos and the violent energy wreaking havoc in the void. The other 5 energies were sealed by the violent energy and appeared to be very weak and suppressed. In a dark yellow desert, Little Purple Soul suddenly turned around and looked at the battlefield that was no longer visible. She took a deep breath and patted her chest with her tender little hand. She said to Little Magic, who was lying on her head, "Don't run around. Big Brother can't leave now. We have to go and help." Woo woo woo. Little Juan rolled around on her head as it chewed on a lock of her long purplish golden hair and let loose a joyful cry. Little Purple Soul cheered herself up and started to run on the dark yellow desert. She walked along the desert that was slanting downwards. Every step she took brought her thousands of feet away. This desert was the only place in the northern belt of the third province that was still intact. It was the only place that was still intact. It was the crater that created the sky. The desert was filled with the chaotic aura of time. Countless strange phenomena were reflected in the space. However, the strong aura of time and energy would disappear when they were about 10 feet away from the little girl. Everything returned to normal. Perhaps it was the effect of her strange energy immunity. Everything related to energy around her was calmed down by her special constitution. Well, these 2 little guys had already slipped into the sky-splitting pit when Yun Nuashing and the others started fighting. According to Little Purple Soul's own words, she had already seen Big Brother and wanted to help. Then she ran into the sky-splitting pit that was even more dangerous than the Forbidden Land. Fortunately, the little girl had the strange constitution of energy immunity. She ran as fast as she could hear. The energy here was enough to make it difficult for even a god to move an inch. Even a high-level god would be suppressed under the desert like sand and would never be able to rise again. The little girl ran for a long time, and the slope of the desert basin, which had been sloping downwards, slowed down slightly. She judged that she was very close to the bottom, and her little face immediately surged with unconcealable joy. She hurriedly skipped forward, and her little feet could make a hole in the void with every step she took. The aura of time grew thicker and thicker in this place. The power of the sword of time spread far and wide, almost forming another sea of time here. The sea of time was exposed from the void and hung above Little Purple Soul's head. It was an endless sea of deep yellow mixed with black. The waves of time were undulating, and it was also extremely dangerous inside. The sea of time that was exposed to the world could easily suck in anyone who approached it. If one fell into the endless sea of time, they would have to face endless time. Almost 140 eras of time would sway chaotically in front of them. It would cause a triple blow to everyone's senses, spirit, and psyche. Even heavenly gods would not be able to withstand the chaotic disruption of time. The power of the sea of time and the sword of time resonated. The two things that symbolize time met and merged here, creating tons of pressure on the void. The void could not withstand the pressure and would fall into nothingness at any time. Ah! Ah! Little Purple Soul panted. Her little purple skirt was stained with light yellow dust. The little girl actually had a terrifying amount of energy in her body, but she was clumsy and did not know how to use it. She simply relied on this energy to run as fast as she could. If she squeezed out a little bit of energy, she could tear the fragile space and time here into pieces. Little Purple Soul, where are you? An anxious voice suddenly sounded in her mind. The little girl's heart skipped a beat. It was like the nervousness of a child who was caught doing something sneakily. Oh no, it was like she was a child. Little Purple Soul stood on the yellow sand and looked down at the ground blankly. It scratched its head nervously, but it didn't manage to scratch it. Little Juan was so scared that her hair stood on end. She touched the soul seed nervously and said, "Ah, Sister Zien, that." Zien was very anxious. When she found out that Little Purple Soul was still in the city of Crystal Peak, which was now history, she was very anxious. She had not seen Little Purple Soul come out of the city after a super energy nova had cleansed the land. She was even more anxious. She quickly found the soul seed of Little Purple Soul. The energy wave just now had destroyed the stability of the dimension. It took her a lot of effort to connect to it. After hearing the little girl's stammering voice, Zien heaved a sigh of relief. Before the little girl could answer, she received two pieces of news, both of which were bad news. Judging from Little Purple Soul's stammering voice, the little girl was still fine, but they still could not find her. The other bad news was that the little girl had sneaked out to do something shocking. Ugh, Sister Zien. Ugh. I'm helping Big Brother. Ugh. I'll tell you when I get back. The little girl hurriedly said a few words and blocked the soul seed. Zien was stunned. She raised her head and looked at everyone who was looking at her anxiously. She thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. Little Purple Soul is fine. But what? Lan Xen nervously gripped Ming's wings. The little angel was in so much pain that tears welled up in her eyes. I'm just guessing. She didn't say where she was. Little Purple Soul said she was helping Little Star. Then she could be. Zien thought for a moment and pointed in the direction where they had escaped from. She could be in the big pit behind Crystal Peak. Oh, so that's? Everyone nodded out of habit. It was not a big deal for the little girl to run around, as long as she was fine. 3 seconds later, they raised their heads and looked at each other. Gao Yuan and Bu's eyes were wide open. Lan Xen's pretty face turned pale, her breathing stopped, and her vision turned black. Her body went limp and she fainted. Ming was so scared that he quickly caught her. Zien looked like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Little Star would never let Little Purple Soul join the battle. Thinking about Little Star's purpose of coming here and the little girl's usual mischievous behavior, she must have gone to that place to find the godly sword. Zai's cheeks twitched. He believed most of her speculation. She was rarely wrong when it came to such things. Speaking of which, if they could meet Yun Nuashing in Crystal Peak, they would have seen Yun Nuashing in the Chaos Storm, although they could not see her through the thick energy cloud. The little girl is immune to energy. She should be fine, right? As he spoke, a layer of haze appeared in his heart. Damn it, the little girl was indeed immune to energy, but there was a great godly weapon there. The Sword of Time ranked fourth in the godly sword record. She almost fainted when she heard the news. Feng saw the haze on everyone's face and naturally knew what they were thinking. She shook her head. Little Purple Soul may be a little naive, but she is not stupid at all. She knows where she can and can't go. Perhaps the power of the Sand-Time sword can't affect the little girl. She is always so silly, but the little girl is very mischievous. She probably wants to do something to make Little Star happy. Make her happy. Everyone turned their eyes to the place where they came from. Boom! A super-energy shockwave that was a fusion of gold and black exploded in a ring of light, spreading through the void and shattering the entire sky. The day instantly turned into a polar night, and the radiation of the chaotic heavenly star illuminated the entire small divine land. The destructive and destructive light caused the vitality of the world to rapidly diminish. Everyone turned around and looked at each other in silence. This situation had been going on for quite a while. The 5 heavenly gods had been beaten back pathetically by that force and were still captured by the chaotic celestial star. They could not escape at all. Oh, this was what Gao Yuan had told them. Only he and Bue could take a look inside. As for the other onlookers, they had already run as far as they could and could not even see their shadows. Demonic Nightmare pretended to calculate with his fingers and said, "Based on my divination, I think we can only die on the spot." "Oh no, I'm wrong. Put down your weapons." "Ahem, I mean we can only sit here and wait. Look, the boss's place is not a place where humans can get involved. Even from far away, we can feel the energy of the chaos element. Little Purple Soul's place is even more so. He has a completed divine sword. Which side do you think is easy?" Yao Hua smiled bitterly. "I don't think it's fun anywhere, but just standing here doesn't seem like a good idea either." Everyone looked at each other, lowered their heads, and sighed. It was really awkward to be powerless. Placing a statue here was better than standing here. On the other hand, Little Purple Soul quickly blocked the soul seed and heaved a sigh of relief. It was so exciting to come out and cause trouble behind her master's back. Ahem, she was not causing trouble. She was really helping. She really did not do anything reckless. The little girl patted the yellow sand off her dress and trotted forward again. When she stopped, she was not far away from her destination. Little Purple Soul silently calculated in her heart. When she felt that the distance was about right, she excitedly took a big leap forward. She crossed hundreds of thousands of feet in space and did a somersault in the air. She spread her arms and landed perfectly. When Little Purple Soul opened her purple-gold eyes, she was stunned. A dark yellow longsword was buried in the yellow sand at an angle. About 1/3 of the blade was buried in the sand. The sword was not big. The blade was only a foot or half a foot wide. Compared to the Void Sword and the Abyss Sword, it was much thinner. Its wide and long hilt was densely packed with mysterious runes that spread from the hilt to the blade. The sand that represented time fell from the hilt, as if it was a sign of the flow of time. However, it did not fall to the ground. Instead, it disappeared halfway through. Little Purple Soul searched through her memories and found the appearance of the Chrono Sword. She was sure that it was the long sword in front of her. However, Little Purple Soul turned her head and saw a figure sitting cross-legged about 10 feet away from the Chrono Sword. He was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. A layer of fine sand floated around him. The wind was swirling around him and the Chrono Sword as if it was trying to connect them. However, the Chrono Sword refused to cooperate. The thick aura of time that lingered in the air was like a giant beast, watching him with one eye open and the other closed. Whenever the chrono sword made the slightest move, it would send a warning to the chrono sword. Little Purple Soul stared blankly at the man and the sword. There were 5 divine halos revolving behind the man. It was obvious that he was also an enlightened master. However, Little Purple Soul was not afraid. The so-called divine halos were not much stronger than the wind. However, the sudden change in the situation stunned her. Little Purple Soul did not expect that another enlightened master would sneak in to steal something when her big brother was fighting outside. She did not expect this to happen at all. She was stunned and did not know what to do. Little Magic's eyes were wide open. She looked around and did not know what to think. Cough! The enlightened master suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. His already pale face turned even paler. He was a middle-aged man. After coughing out the mouthful of blood, he looked like he had aged 10 years. His aura was weak and feeble. Just as he took a few breaths, he suddenly felt that something was not right. He turned around and saw a pair of purple-gold eyes staring at him. He was stunned, especially when he realized that the owner of the pair of beautiful eyes was a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. This place, this giant pit that opened up the sky, was filled with an incredible amount of energy. The chaotic flow of time pointed to a strange dimension. In short, it was very dangerous. How could a little girl with no aura and a meatball step into a place that even he could not stand? "Little girl, who are you?" In the end, the celestial god still spoke. Although he was very weak after fighting against the Time Sand Sword for a period of time, he didn't think that this strange little girl would cause any harm to him. Even if she appeared here, there weren't many things that celestial gods were afraid of. The divine sword in front of him was one of them. However, this little girl wouldn't appear on the list of very few names. It was this strange situation that made him a little nervous. He couldn't relax even if he wanted to. He couldn't help but feel hostility towards this little girl. He couldn't help but laugh at himself in his heart. Little Purple Soul tilted her head. Her beautiful big eyes blinked a few times. She said crisply, "Uncle, are you here to steal something?" "Steal?" The enlightened master's face twitched violently. His expression was extremely strange. If he had to count it that way, he would have stolen something. He had sneaked in while the inhuman being was fighting with the 6 divine ancestors of the 6 gates of the free cloud. However, the Time Sand Sword was more stubborn than he had imagined. No matter how hard he tried, the Time Sand Sword would backfire on him. More importantly, he felt that there was something inside the Time Sand Sword. There seemed to be a mark inside the Time Sand Sword that had existed for a very, very long time. It might have been more than 10 eras, or even longer. The mark had already merged with the Time Sand Sword. If he did not remove the mark, he would not be able to take the Time Sand Sword. The funny thing was, he could not touch the Time Sand Sword or the mark. He did not know if the Time Sand Sword already had an owner or if it had some other reason. Its strange behavior was somewhat like a self-defense mechanism of a divine weapon. No one other than its owner could touch it. Little Purple Soul saw the enlightened master's expression change rapidly. He looked like he was constipated. She blinked and muttered, "Uncle, it's not good to steal things. You can't steal things. This sword belongs to Big Brother." The enlightened master was stunned. He narrowed his eyes. So, this sword really did have an owner? Putting aside the matter of the Time Sand Sword, what was going on with this strange little girl? He had been feeling uneasy since the beginning. The feeling was like a tidal wave that was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if it was going to swallow him whole and drag him into the endless sea. "You, Little Purple Soul," obediently bowed to the enlightened master. She put Little Magic on her head and said softly, "Uncle, you should leave now. Big Brother will see you touch his things when he comes over. You won't be able to leave either." The little girl was obediently saying sweet words. She was even persuading him. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. No, he felt that he should cry. The little girl's innocent eyes made him feel inexplicably embarrassed. Wait a minute. He suddenly stopped underestimating and ignoring her. Little Purple Soul was too confusing. Anyone who could enter this place could not be an ordinary person. Some strange life forms could not be judged by their age. She was able to ignore the aura that was so thick that it could reverse time and walk here. She was able to walk directly to the Time Sand Sword. Even he had a hard time standing in this place. Furthermore, he was completely unable to detect the aura of this little girl. He couldn't even detect the aura of her life force or the power of her soul. These few results made his hair stand on end. Combined with the previous conditions, it was absolutely impossible for her to be an ordinary person without any power. Then, she could only be an unfathomable expert who was so powerful that even he couldn't detect her. Just a little girl? Could she be an old monster who had transformed into her? When he thought of this, the way he looked at the little girl in the purple dress suddenly became strange. Even if she had a sweet smile on her face and a funny lump of meat on her head. Oh, why do I feel more and more powerless as I speak? Is this world crazy or am I crazy? Little Purple Soul's little feet were drawing circles on the ground. She hugged Little Magic in her arms and mumbled something. After a while, she suddenly said, "Uncle, my brother is in a lot of pain. He is doing something he does not want to do. But if he wants to do this, it's all your fault. You are blocking his way. He did not mean to cause you any trouble. You are the ones who bumped into him. Uncle, my brother is almost done here. If you don't leave now, I will have to take his place and throw you out. Uncle, it's not good for you to stay here." Little Purple Soul's childish voice sounded a little domineering. She did not sound like the latter at all. Anyway, the Celestial Master felt like he was going to have a mental breakdown. The way she spoke and the way she spoke were completely different. The Celestial Master felt like he was going to have a mental breakdown. Your brother is," Little Purple Soul tilted its head. "Big brother is outside. You've seen him before, you know him, and you've been scared by him. Actually, Big brother isn't scary. Oh, Uncle, we don't have much time left. You should leave quickly. Big brother said that the gods of this era are still useful. If possible, he doesn't want to kill them all. But he can't control himself anymore. Uncle, you should leave now." The Celestial Master was almost drooling. He rolled his eyes and did not know what was left in his mind. Was this the latest psychic attack? "Oh, Uncle, if you really don't want to leave, I can just take the sword and leave. It's the same anyway." Little Purple Soul saw that the Celestial Master was about to turn gray and turn into a statue. She lowered her head and whispered. She then ran over to the Celestial Master, who was still in a daze. She was not as tall as the sword. She had to jump up to reach the sword's hilt. Oh! Then, she jumped up and ignored all the energy. She grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out. She pulled it out. The Celestial Master gave up thinking. He was about to lose his ability to think. He was seriously being persuaded to leave by such a cute little girl. This was a wonderful experience in life. Strangely, the Time Sand Sword did not reject Little Purple Soul. When the small white hand grabbed the sword hilt, the Time Sand Sword suddenly lit up with a deep yellow light. Rings of light spread into the air and spread in all directions. It was like layers of waves were pushing in all directions. The energy was about to explode. The Celestial Master finally came back to his senses. When he saw the dark yellow energy rings coming toward him, he was so shocked that he jumped up. Before he could retreat, the energy gently hit him. His face turned red and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body became illusory. The clothes on his body were corroded at a strange speed. His face also became old. In the end, he shot into the sky like an arrow and disappeared. Buzz! The moment the Time Sand Sword left the ground, a 10,000-mile-wide pillar of dark yellow energy suddenly shot into the sky, piercing through the heavens. A suction force erupted from the pillar of light, and the rich aura of time in the air slowly trembled and fell toward the former. A huge vortex of time was formed, and the distorted scene seemed to want to devour everything. When the light erupted, the chaotic heavenly star trembled violently. Its huge body trembled, causing an immeasurable amount of energy to tremble in the void. It shattered half of the void. The 5 divine ancestors who were illuminated by the light trembled. They looked into the distance in fear. That was, the divine weapon had been activated. Someone was trying to take advantage of the situation. There was a hidden celestial master in the small divine land. Yun Nuoxing's body also trembled slightly. The chaotic clouds dissipated slightly. He turned his head stiffly and looked into the sky-splitting pit. He could not see what was happening inside. He only saw a dark yellow energy vortex that covered an area of 50,000 kilometers. It was swallowing the endless time energy released by the time sand sword. However, he did not need to see it. He felt a familiar aura there. It made his face tremble violently. His cold and stiff face did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl. Chapter 1146. In the rumbling world, the void continued to expand, and distant places turned into nothingness. Black starlight enveloped and destroyed everything. That black star that symbolized ominous hung high in the void, breaking the constraints of order and rules. Anyone who looked at it would feel disheartened, as if all hope had been extinguished. Only absolute darkness and destruction remained in the world. Countless desires for destruction reverberated between heaven and earth. That was the remnant sound of doomsday. Bang! The black starlight enveloped the formless domain. The boundless pressure forcefully imprinted the formless domain, causing it to appear from the void. It was like a huge bubble that constantly changed shape. It was being squeezed by the external forces until it lost its original shape. After withstanding countless amounts of pressure, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. It was shattered by the external forces of darkness. All the power turned into water and poured into the space of the bubble. The control of the bubble was seized, and even its existence was about to be erased. The black clouds squirmed, and an aged figure flew out from the disturbed clouds. His body was curled up by the black cloud. His aura collapsed, and his essence, energy, and spirit dropped to an extremely low level. Even the divine halo behind him couldn't maintain and dissipated. The clouds in the void broke apart. An array of dazzling black starlight tore through the clouds and illuminated the void. A black cloud condensed into a solid substance, and as fast as lightning, it rushed towards the old man who was rapidly falling from the void. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around him, forming an energy cocoon that bound him. Yun Nuoxing's figure descended along with the black starlight. The cloud-like primal chaos elements were majestic around him, and the strange red and black light flickered in his eyes, causing the void to tremble. He walked in front of the black light cocoon, waved his hand, and lightly patted it. That light cocoon quickly rushed into the primal chaos storm behind him. A crack silently split open, and the storm there paused for a moment, revealing 4 light cocoons hidden in the primal chaos storm. The 5th light cocoon also stopped at the extreme right, following the guidance of the energy. Kai Xia emerged from the storm to check the status of the newly added light cocoon. After a while, she made a "no problem" gesture to Yun Nuoxing and floated back into the primal chaos storm. Then, the primal chaos storm closed and continued to surge endlessly. He glanced at the chaotic storm behind him, and after receiving a gesture of confirmation, he turned around and looked at the dark void in front of him. The chaotic celestial star was slowly trembling above him, and the halo of light and shadow slowly rotated on the surface of the giant star. Its huge weight crushed the void, causing waves of ripples to appear. What's the use of hiding? Yun Nuoxing casually twisted his neck and looked at the endless void. Where the light of the primal chaos heavenly star is, the void has nowhere to hide. Space has become nothingness, and the rules have been set as nothingness. The only one who can use the power of the rules here is me, and all of you, even if you are supporting the heavenly God domain, you still have to follow my guidance. He slowly spread his arms towards the endless void. Come out and face me, face one of the endless darkness of this world. This world has been locked down by the calamity, and I am just an insignificant ripple. Come, face me, the sins and primal chaos of this world. The void was calm and it was deathly quiet. The last person had hidden. When the heavenly God domain was shattered, he lost his power and hid. However, he knew where that person was. Under the light of the primal chaos heavenly star, hiding in the void was useless. The reason why he did not go and drag that person out was because, well, it could be said that he had a bad taste. The red and black light in Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered faintly. He clenched his fist and sighed. There's not much time left. It's time to move forward. It's time to move forward. A deep ball of silver-black energy rose from his hand, and the gathering energy directly turned the space 10 feet around him into nothingness. The chaotic cloud of energy that was just born was confused as it left the black space. It was stunned when it saw the space, and when it saw the ball of energy in Yun Nuoshing's hand, it was immediately frightened and fled in all directions, quickly dissipating into the void. Wait! A ripple appeared in the void, and a piece of the void was like a water surface that was so weak that it could be ignored. Then, a figure walked out of it. Yun Nuoshing withdrew the energy in his hand and coldly glanced at that person. It was a thin woman wearing an elegant black dress. Just from her face alone, she looked like she was in her 20s, but her actual age might be frighteningly old. However, that was meaningless. For the heavenly gods who were almost eternal, lifespans and whatnot were numbers that they would calculate when they were bored. The woman's pretty face was pale and bloodless. Her right hand was covering her left shoulder, and there was a terrible wound that was releasing a black aura. She had been corroded by the elements of primal chaos. The shattering of the heavenly god domain had caused a powerful impact on her divine soul and spirit. Coupled with the wound on her body, if Yun Nuoshing wanted to take her life, he just had to let her go. The heavenly gods who had completely exhausted their energy could not fight against the elements of primal chaos. That kind of energy was like a maggot that stuck to the body, slowly eating away at the life of the corroded person. They did not even have much ability to recover. What's the use of standing up now? Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and said meaningfully, Look, in this chaotic void, in this destroyed world, is everything as you wish? Everything is as you wish. All of this is caused by you, not me. Oh, it's you who pushed for it, you who caused it. This is your prayer, your wish. I'm just helping you to realize it. The woman looked at him with a complicated gaze. Her right hand that was covering her left shoulder could not help but tighten. You really are a madman, huh? Yun Nuoshing raised his head and laughed. Then, he shook his head. So be it. It doesn't matter. Since we've already come this far, there's no turning back. He raised his hand, and 2 beams of light descended from the chaotic heavenly star and enveloped the woman. They were filled with endless destructive power and endless destructive energy. Bitterness appeared on her face. If she could choose again, she would rather give up the divine sword than provoke this madman. Unfortunately, it seemed like there was no next time. The solid starlight wrapped around the last attacking heavenly god into a huge cocoon of light. Yun Nuoshing watched the cocoon of light form, and his frighteningly bright eyes slowly dimmed. It's over, at least it's over for the time being. No, it hasn't started yet. This level is nothing. The chaotic heavenly star's huge body slowly shrank under the suppression of the halo of light and shadow. In 10 seconds, its body had shrunk by 100 million times. The black starlight dimmed, and a few seconds later, it became illusory as if it had turned into a shadow. Finally, with a ripple of movement, it disappeared. Without the destructive light of the chaotic heavenly star, the chaotic nothingness stopped collapsing and gradually established a new balance. The void was the first to recover, followed by the primordial realm's barrier, which had collapsed until it was as thick as a strand of hair. Then, the severed sea of time was reconnected, and their ebb and flow resumed. Finally, a layer of normal space covered it, and the scenery returned to normal. The entire process took less than a minute. This was the power of the rules of the primordial age, and it was far stronger than the space of the realm of the gods. Of course, this battle had also left irreversible scars. The disappearance of the crystal peak, and the huge pit below. Just as Yun Nuashing had said, it was an indestructible mark left in this world. Several kinds of divine powers lingered here without dissipating. It was estimated that every few thousand or tens of thousands of years, it would be regarded as a forbidden area. Then, countless people would sacrifice their lives and jump in without caring about their lives. It was unknown how many people would be needed to fill the pit. The storm of chaos also disappeared without a trace under Yun Nuashing's control. The world became clear again, and the blue sky and white clouds. Oh, there were no clouds. The sky had just been blown into nothingness, and there were no clouds when it had just recovered. One had to thank the rules of this place for not being destroyed by the crazy heavenly god. Yun Nuashing looked at the cocoon of light beside him and gently pushed it. A black crack split open from the back of the cocoon of light and swallowed it. He looked down at the ground in the distance and murmured, "Where are your heroes? No? What a pity." Rosy clouds emerged from the place where the storm of chaos was just now. At this time, she was only the size of a palm. She floated to Yun Nuashing's side lightly and looked around. She heaved a sigh of relief and patted her frightened heart with her small hand. "It's over, it's finally over. I thought the end was coming." Yun Nuashing turned his head and was stunned when he saw her appearance. "How did you become like this?" "Seeing how exaggerated you guys were fighting, I felt a little safer turning into this." "Yun Nuashing, if the heavenly gods really wanted to find you, it would be a matter of minutes. Did you really think that turning small would be useful? You could be found even if you hid in the void." Rosy Clouds turned her head and looked in the direction of the sky-splitting crater. She could still vaguely see the existence of the ground on the horizon. That was the place protected by the Sword of Time's sand and had not been destroyed by the energy nova. Who knew how large the area of the battle between the heavenly gods was? Fortunately, they had already broken through space and entered the void to fight. They were also forcefully restricted by the chaotic heavenly star. Otherwise, with the commotion caused by the battle between Yun Nuashing and the 6 heavenly gods, it would be very normal for the entire small divine land to sink. Life forms of this level could easily destroy the world and even cause trouble for their neighbors. Just the crater under their feet alone was probably in the hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter. As for how many zeros were hanging in front of it, it was hard to say. "Those heavenly gods, do you plan to?" Rosy Clouds returned to her original size with a bang. Her body was too small, so Yun Nuashing's voice sounded like thunder in her ears. PFFF, she had just turned her head when she saw Yun Nuashing slowly half-kneeling in midair. He had even suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She was stunned for a moment. When she reacted, she hurriedly went forward to check on his condition. However, she remembered that it was best not to touch him in his current state. She hurriedly stopped and circled around him a few times before half-kneeling as well. "Are you all right?" After saying that, she could not help but laugh bitterly. He had previously said that the elements of chaos were very dangerous. They could backfire on the wielder at any time, especially when the wielder was weak. Even if this was not the reason, he was still in the initial god level. He had just reached the god level, yet he had recklessly used the power of a heavenly god. It was needless to say what kind of consequences such a reckless action would incur. Even if 2 generations were to restrain each other, it would not disappear into thin air. To put it bluntly, it was just that the elements of chaos and the power of a heavenly god had maintained a safe balance. "It's nothing." Yun Nuashing calmly wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at his palm, but he was a little stunned. The golden blood was like a gilt, exuding a strange energy. There was also a sweet fragrance. The bright color of the blood caused his eyes to hurt a little, and his gaze became a little dazed. Rosy Cloud saw that something was wrong with him, so she could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Did something happen to your body?" Blood. Yun Nuashing spread the blood on his palm in front of Rosy Cloud's and said, "I neglected one thing, the blood of the heavenly god of primal chaos. Although it is indeed golden after being modified, there should be a very obvious black mark in the golden blood because of the elements of chaos. That is the symbol of a wielder of the elements of chaos. I also had it back then, but it's gone now. Who knows what happened to you?" Rosy Clouds shrugged helplessly after hearing this. It would be strange if she knew more about his body than him. Speaking of which, shouldn't the blood of heavenly gods all be golden? Yun Nuashing shook his head upon hearing this. He took out a soft silk handkerchief from his pendant and wiped the blood on his palm. He stood up and said, "Not all of them. It's related to the power in one's bloodline. Whether it's golden or not, it's just that. Actually, red blood is normal. Golden blood is abnormal. In any case, there's not a single part of your body that's normal." Yun Nuashing. Although this was the truth, he still felt uncomfortable all over when he heard it. What do you plan to do with those heavenly gods? Kill them? Or just lock them up like this? Rosy Clouds changed the topic. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see." "Oh, it seems like you're going to do some weird research." Rosy Clouds nodded and pointed to the sky. "Then, are you going to retrieve the Sword of Time, Zan?" Yun Nuashing glanced at Rosy Clouds faintly. The elf lady who spoke without thinking was terrified. He then said, "Little Purple Soul has gone to retrieve it. Judging by the time of the battle, the little girl should be coming over soon. I'll go over there to meet her." Rosy Cloud's eyes widened. Little Purple Soul? When did that happen? During the battle just now, the Sword of Time Zan was activated once. It released the aura of Little Purple Soul along with its power. Of course, you didn't feel it when you were hiding in the chaotic windstorm. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and said as he walked towards the direction of the sky-splitting crater. Kai Xia looked at his swaying back and forth every 10 steps, and couldn't help but sigh. He should be very tired. He had just finished a fierce battle, and his opponents were 6 heavenly gods. Even if it was not worth mentioning to him in the past, that was in the past, and now he was just a divine master. The fierce battle was over, but many things were not yet over or even started. The entire small divine land was paying attention to this battle. Even though there was only one divine realm expert at that time, many things that happened later would have been observed or sensed by some observant people. The news that the 6 divine ancestors of the 6 schools of free clouds had not returned for a long time would gradually spread, and people would suspect that they had died or something else. And no matter how the news spread, it would spread the news that the Yunhua star was getting more and more dangerous. After this battle, it seemed that nothing was gained. However, his danger level kept rising in people's hearts. The 6 schools of free clouds had exposed their 6 divine ancestors, but who knew if there were more? Putting aside the little divine prefecture, there were still 5 heavenly gods in the celestial realm. Moreover, there was still the demon world. If the flood of information was also transmitted to the demon world, after listening to Rosy Cloud's worried words, Yun Nuashing paused for a moment and slowly shook his head. They are not from the celestial realm, so they don't know about the celestial realm. The flood of information that was drawn back then was probably to guard against my return. Dozens of eras have passed, and they know that I'm still alive, so they made this warning. The flood of information was transmitted from the conceptual layer of laws, but it did not descend in every dimension. As far as I know, it was probably transmitted to the entire celestial realm. Those life-bound dimensions should not know about it. But even if they know, there's nothing to think about. It's nothing more than fighting and avoiding. Yun Nuashing sighed. Fight or run. I've been fighting for so many years in the ancient era, so I don't care about this period of time. I'll always be in a disadvantageous state. Even when I was a heavenly god, I was chased around the void by them. If I run, it's even easier. Then I'll just run. The element of chaos and the element of light. One can destroy space, order, and laws, and the element of chaos has broken the shackles of the element of light. Where can I go? Yun Nuashing said calmly. Don't think that the 6 of them are trapped by my domain. No one has been able to trap me yet. Even Azurite can't trap me. Rosy Clouds stared at him. You're pushing yourself too hard. Don't forget that you're no longer who you used to be. Even if the primal chaos celestial god was very powerful, the current you just spat out a mouthful of blood. This is something that can't be helped. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply and shook his head. There's no way. There's no way back. Ever since I've embarked on this path, there's no way back. How can that be? You boast that you know everything. How can you not have a way to get yourself out of danger? Rosy Clouds shook her head. She did not agree with what he said. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at her. He looked at her with a faint smile and said, The sins of the world, the weight of the world, I've temporarily merged with them. However, I do have a way to separate myself from them and let them return to peace. This way, the disintegration and collapse of my body will be greatly weakened. The element of chaos will have a hard time maintaining my existence. Hearing the first 2 words, Rosy Clouds did not understand what he meant. However, after looking at his silver-black hair and thinking about it, she seemed to have understood something. She blinked her eyes and asked curiously, What way? Aura rose from Yun Nuashing's body. The silver-black aura appeared behind him like a viscous liquid. It was a black mass with silver net-like patterns that were constantly wriggling, forming an illusion that the sea was surging. It floated behind him, and the bottom could not be seen. It was a huge ball that was 10 feet in size. He said softly, This is not the whole picture of the sins of the world. It's just the tip of the iceberg. Only a little bit is revealed. It's much bigger than you think. As Yun Nuashing said, he waved his hand. A drop of silver-black liquid, the size of a little thumb, floated out from the ocean behind him. However, he did not give it to Rosy Clouds. He just shook the drop of liquid and said, This thing can be borne by others. Back then, someone, Organ, told me that this thing can be given away, but I didn't do that. It's okay to tell you. Anyway, I won't give it to you. Rosy Clouds was confused. Why? Are you a Tsundere? Yun Nuashing was speechless. There's no reason. This is not what you should bear. Well, I'm just telling you to satisfy your curiosity. I don't want you to do anything. That's all. He waved his hand, obviously not wanting to say anything more. The drop of silver-black liquid behind him, and in his hand, disappeared. He continued to walk forward. Rosy Clouds could not help but frown. He seemed to be avoiding this topic very much. She did not know why, but it was useless to think about it at the moment. There was nothing she could do. She could only lift her feet and slowly follow behind him. Anyway, he had been holding it in for a long time. If he really did not want to say it, no one could pry it out. She did not know what he had gambled and what he had paid for it, but she knew that it must be much more than what she could see directly now. There were more things that happened in the unknown territory that she could not understand at all. The future. Rosy Clouds suddenly whispered in a low voice. She suddenly felt a little melancholy. Yun Nuashing turned his head. What? Nothing. Nothing. Oh. Chapter 1147. The time storm, according to Yun Nuo Star's calculation, it should have dissipated after he beat up the 6 naughty children. But the fact was, when he and Kai Xia came to the edge of the crater, they could still see the huge dark yellow vortex rumbling and rotating inside, stirring up the time within 1,000,000 miles. A unique and strange time flow was formed in the crater. Within 1 meter, there might be more than a dozen different time flows. He even saw many strange images. Well, it might not be appropriate to call those phantoms images. They should be things that happened in the past and were forcibly seized by the time flow. Even if it had an impact on those images, it would not change history. After all, those were just the phantoms of the past. It was the impact of projecting the past into the present, rather than going to the past and causing any impact on the past. If an Empyrean god wanted to change history, it would most likely create another timeline world, and in that world, all the people it knew would not exist. It would be a nearly new world. It was all determined by the karma and rules that the Empyrean god brought with him. Weak people, because of their weak rules and karma, could easily change history, but they could not go back. Strong people, on the other hand, could go back and change history, but they could not change the established facts. At most, they could create a timeline world out of thin air. The whole timeline trembled, and a world dominated by another timeline would appear. It was just self-deception. History was mostly limited by the will of the Deyuan realm. There was no way to change it. Well, it seemed that he had gone off topic. However, Yun Nuoshing asked himself honestly, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Looking at the time storm in front of him, if it was someone else who was messing around inside, he might have rushed in with the wind of chaos. However, the one who was causing trouble inside was that naughty little girl. Then he could only sit down and make a cup of tea and wait. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried, but there was nothing to be worried about. Little Purple Soul's abnormal immunity to energy was not even effective against his divine power. Everything that could be classified as energy had no effect on her. Although the higher the level of energy, it still could not get rid of the concept of energy. The energy used by the divine mastery was beyond all understanding, but if one were to look at it, it was still energy. He had tried using the lowest level of energy all the way up to the energy used by the divine mastery, but there was no change. The little girl even said that it was a little weak. Anyway, he was a little doubtful about life back then. He was thinking too far ahead again. Anyway, he thought so much just to say that the little girl was probably not even afraid of the power of the divine sword. Moreover, this situation was very similar to the time when he subdued the Netheruan sword and Linghong sword. The little girl was probably going to succeed, she just needed a little more time. However, he did not seem to have nothing to do at all. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head. At the edge of the sky-splitting crater, a figure rushed out against the endless time aura. The 5 divine halos behind him were so dim that they looked like they were about to shatter. He was covered in blood and his aura was weak. His white robe was so tattered that it looked like it was about to be torn apart. Kai Xia stared blankly at the Empyrean god who had been tormented by the time storm and said, "There's a Empyrean god puppet over there." "Yes, that's right," Yun Nuoshing nodded. The Netheruan sword instinctively flicked out and casually swept across. A terrifying purple-black sword ray streaked across the sky and slashed in front of the Empyrean god. Boom! The Empyrean god was still cursing as he covered his wound and walked out. The sudden explosion of energy in front of him shook his entire body. Seeing a purple-black wall streaking across the sky in front of him, his face paled a little. He hurriedly ordered his battered body to stop. Even though his reaction was fast enough, the energy in this damned place and the terrifying sword ray in front of him both carried a strange energy. The former slowed him down, while the latter had an indescribable suction force that forcibly pushed him back a distance. That rumbling sword chi narrowly cut off a section of his white hair. At this moment, the Empyrean god only felt extremely sullen. His mind was inexplicably destroyed by a little girl. He was blasted away by the energy of the time sand sword. Then, He was frightened by the time storm and ran away with his tail between his legs. Right now, he was even blocked by an inexplicable sword chi when he was running away. He had been a Empyrean god for so many years, when had he ever been so sullen? Which bastard is blocking my way? The Empyrean god was so angry that he roared at the sky. He was so angry that he forgot that the sword chi just now could have dealt him a fatal blow. He raised his head and saw two people descending from the sky. One of them was emanating a strange silver-black aura that caused the entire small divine prefecture and the entire god realm to tremble. He only took one look at it and felt like he was staring into the abyss. With just one look, he recognized what that thing was. His face was already pale due to his heavy injuries, but now it was even paler. In any case, it was very pale. He recognized that thing, and also recognized that inhuman thing. After comparing his own situation with that person's, and then thinking about how he still couldn't see the 6 old fellows from the 6 gates of the idle clouds, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Had those 6 old fellows already been killed? He had been concentrating on subduing the time sand sword, and the crater was protected by the energy of the time sand sword, so he didn't see the explosion of the new energy star, nor did he see the rising of the chaos heavenly star. He could only judge what had happened based on the person standing in front of him. You killed those 6 old fellows?" he cried out in shock. "Them?" Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment and knew what he was referring to. He pointed behind him with his thumb and said, "They're nestled in my shadow now. They're about to die." He didn't say it clearly. It was still useful for him to keep those 6 alive. At this moment, he trapped them in the chaos storm to expel the chaos element and the sins of the world from their bodies and souls. These 2 things could easily take the life of an Empyrean god. As for why he kept them alive, it was naturally to deal with that day. He thought for a moment and decided that he still needed some strength. A beginner Empyrean god could also be of some help, but at this time, he didn't have much choice. He just needed to gather as much strength as he could. They could be cannon fodder, even though Empyrean gods were definitely not cannon fodder. He imprisoned them there to expel the 2 forces, and also told them about those things. The high-level Empyrean gods in the small divine prefecture were too isolated. Although they were more active than the Empyrean gods in the celestial realm, at the same time, because of the existence of the barrier in the small divine prefecture, they couldn't know what was going on outside. They were too isolated and didn't know that a disaster was coming. It would be good if they could cooperate obediently after reading the information. If they didn't cooperate, he could only use some tricks, such as coercion and bribery. Coercion would probably suffice. Since they said that they wanted to use the words of Empyrean gods to bind him, then he would use the same trick to teach them a lesson. Should I kidnap those people outside as well? They were more or less a force to be reckoned with. While he was letting his imagination run wild, he didn't know that the Empyrean god expert's face was already pale and his clothes were wet. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to escape. He had snuck in while the 2 sides were engaged in a fierce battle, intending to reap the benefits. However, he didn't expect the sand sword to be so disobedient at that time. He originally thought that even if the 6 old fellows couldn't deal with this inhuman thing, they would at least be able to delay it for a while. However, it had only been a short while, and they were actually killed. That! He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said after some deliberation, "I'm just an unrelated person passing by. Cough cough. I'll take my leave first." Just as he took a step away, Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses. After she heard what he said, she sighed and shook her head. "Are you people really Empyrean gods? How can you say something like that? You're obviously taking advantage of me and those people. Anyway, that's what it means, we're not just passing by." The Empyrean god expert's face stiffened, and he looked embarrassed. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. "When you were sneaking around inside, Did you see a little girl in purple clothes? The Empyrean god expert nodded subconsciously. Then, as if he had thought of something, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his face was full of fear. You can't be the one, she said. You're her brother? Sure enough, monsters are a family. I was wondering why that little girl would. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes, and the red and black light flashed in front of his eyes again. He slowly walked down from the sky, and the elements of primal chaos crazily surged around his body. I wasn't going to care about you just now. Monster, heh. You'd better go in. The shadow of the primal chaos storm appeared halfway, and the black primal chaos storm that engulfed heaven and earth almost connected with the primal chaos storm. An incomparably violent power suddenly filled the entire heaven and earth, causing the Empyrean god expert to turn pale with fright. Wait. Go in, you. Yun Nuoshing lightly snapped his fingers, and two condensed primal chaos elements turned into two rays of black light that enveloped the Empyrean god's body, causing his face to turn ashen. That crazy energy drilled into his soul, causing him to see an extremely strange scene. Cold, dark, deep, and endless madness. Even an Empyrean god expert like him felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. This guy. Just what kind of monster is he? At the last moment before he was enveloped by the primal chaos elements into a cocoon, such a thought flashed through his mind, and then he lost all consciousness. Yun Nuoshing watched as the Empyrean god turned into a cocoon of light without any resistance, and was also stunned. He was already prepared for the Empyrean god to resist or something, which was why he summoned the primal chaos storm, but he didn't expect. On the other hand, he really wanted to say happy cooperation. Kai Xia leisurely floated in front of the cocoon of light, and with a wave of her jade-like hand, the cocoon of light floated in front of her. She reached out and patted it, carrying it and dragging it to a spot in the primal chaos storm. With a light wave of her hand, the energy storm clouds there quietly split open a crack, and there were 6 sparkling and translucent cocoons of light hanging inside. Now that there was one more, there were 7 of them, the 7 laborers who were temporarily tied up on the ship. Since they came to me on their own accord, it would be a waste if I didn't take them. Yun Nuoshing ran his hand through his long hair, and the primal chaos storm slowly disappeared as he willed it. He looked at the world and shrugged. Bring a few more Empyrean gods, I'll spend some effort to beat them up, and then forcibly control them. When the time comes when the world fragments crash into us, we'll have some ways to deal with them. Kai Xia curled her lips when she heard that, and her sun-like eyes stared straight at him. I really don't believe that you've entrusted your hopes to these people. You've most likely made some kind of plan for the worst, and it's already in the state of being implemented. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Yes. You know everything, and you've guessed it right again, okay? TSK. As the two of them were talking, the time storm in the distance gradually subsided. Yun Nuoshing could feel that the flow of time nearby was about to return to normal, and the sea of time had almost calmed down. His eyes flashed as he watched the dark yellow time storm weaken bit by bit, and gradually become calm again. He sighed and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. Who would want to risk their lives all the time? I've endured dozens of eras like this, and if they could easily destroy the divine realm, then wouldn't my dozens of eras have been wasted? That's why I can only brace myself and charge in, huh? Kai Xia looked at him in confusion. It's nothing. Yun Nuoshing sighed deeply, and a sense of fatigue welled up in his soul. He waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the sky-splitting crater. Let's go. It's time to pick up the little girl. I don't know what she did, but she actually managed to establish a connection with the time sand sword. My mark is still there. Kai Xia looked at him in confusion and scratched her head. She had a feeling that he had just said something very important, but she did not hear it clearly. She shook her head and slowly followed him. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with an imperceptible heartache. She followed behind 1 meter and looked at his back, which seemed to have bent a little. On the other side, after seeing that the chaos storm had collapsed and the space had calmed down, Gao Yuan and Bai Yu finally dared to bring Violet Knight and the others to the place where the maniacal champions had fought. The space here had been completely reshaped. The powerful laws of the ancient era had made the space, time, and order here indestructible. Well, it was said that it was indestructible, but it was said that the God-tier champions could dig a hole in it at any time. Anyway, that was what it meant. However, there were indeed irreversible scars left behind. For example, the crater at the bottom was of the same scale as the sky-splitting crater. The only difference was that the crater had been blasted to the bottom, and the sky-splitting crater had only sunk the ground. Now there are two big craters. Yuanshi could not help but exclaim, "Little Star really blasts wherever he goes." He forcefully opened a hole in the divine land. Gao Yuan was curious. "Does Chaos Bro do these things often?" Nightmare nodded. "The shop owner has opened a dozen or so craters in the divine realm, and they are still lying there, unable to be filled up." Gao Yuan and Bai Yu were speechless. He is indeed a dangerous character. In the distance, the black storm suddenly descended again like an illusion, and it just so happened to descend into the crater. The aura that swept out caused the entire world to turn dark again. It was as if they were in the void, but there was a power that was even more dangerous than the void, causing everyone to be shocked. However, the black storm only descended for a second or two before disappearing. Along with it, the dark yellow storm that was extremely difficult to see in the distance also disappeared. "Wow, is the shop owner crazy?" Devil Nightmare could not help but click his tongue. He looked into the distance for a while and shrugged his shoulders. "However, the time storm over there has also stopped. I reckon that the time sand sword has stabilized again. I wonder how Little Purple Soul is doing. I want to go and take a look." Lon Xian looked anxious. After all, she was the one who had lost Little Purple Soul, and she could not calm down. Her pretty face was still pale. "If we go now, we should be able to meet Big Brother," Sheer said in a low voice. She looked at the sky-splitting crater in the distance and sighed like an adult. She did not know what to do with her stupid big brother. Yuanshi nodded. "Now that the seniors have offset the pressure of the heavenly gods, and with Yao Hua's speed, we should be able to catch up. As for whether we should meet or stop to chat, let's wait until we're there." Everyone nodded and turned to look at Yao Hua. He was talking to Lin Xing. "Let me tell you, Little Star is crazy. You haven't seen him at his craziest. He dared to fight immortals when he was at the immortal level. This is nothing. You know the Ghost Forest, right? It's a forbidden area. At that time, he flattened it with his sword. He even broke the eternal weapons of the Qi family and the 12 star palaces." "Huh. What are you doing? We are all polite people. Let's talk nicely. Don't move. Don't." "What?" Everyone looked indifferently at Yao Hua, who was being beaten up by Jin Ing and the others. They looked at each other. This guy had been bragging all the way. He did nothing but brag. Why was he still talking? Lin Xing looked so pitiful. He was about to lose his soul. "Boss, can you do something serious?" Lei Ming felt that he was powerless to speak. This guy had been nagging all the way and kept tormenting Lin Xing. In the past, his relationship with Yun Nuoxing was still a little stiff. How did he become a little fanboy now? Shi Xie and Shi Yun exchanged looks, then looked at Yao Hua, who was beaten to the point that he couldn't even take care of himself. They both sighed and shook their heads helplessly. Looking at the others, they said in unison, "There's no other way. Let's take everyone inside." "Can you offset the energy left behind by Little Star?" Ziyi looked at the two girls in surprise. "Don't force yourself. The energy on him is not something you know. You will be infected by it if you touch it. It's very dangerous. Chaos element. I heard from Big Sister Shi Xian that it's a very dangerous element. It can destroy space, time, and rules," Shi and Shi Yun said in unison. But it's okay. Without Big Brother's guidance, the remaining chaos element is just a dead object floating in space. It will dissipate soon. You can avoid it by touching it deliberately. Also, a large-scale space displacement can temporarily create an absolutely safe space where you will not touch the chaos element. As long as you sense Big Brother's aura, you can teleport to him through space. The two girls' voices sounded a little ethereal. They seemed to be vibrating the air. It was very strange. Everyone could not get used to it. Then, be careful. Xian nodded. Shi'er and Xiyan nodded. The two girls stretched out their hands and slowly changed hand signs. Their silver-blue eyes flashed with a solid light. The power of space condensed and gathered here, almost changing the space. The two girls' bodies became slightly illusory, as if they had melted into the water. They became transparent, and the water rippled slightly. Their appearance also moved with the ripples, shaking weakly and becoming distorted. Gao Yuan and Bai Yu were a little stunned. This strange change in space was very strange. It was not a method of using space that they had seen before. In the past, even the gods who were proficient in the power of space could not cause such a change. It was as if the two girls had become one with space. Shi'er and Shiyan's hand signs suddenly froze. Black cracks began to appear in the space around them. It was as if the void was exposed after the space shattered. However, that was not the case. No one felt the presence of the void. It was just the space that had cracked. The two girls closed their eyes at the same time. Those cracks suddenly expanded dozens of times, swallowing everyone in one gulp. Inside the sky-splitting pit, Yun Nuoshing was facing off against a dark yellow longsword that was half buried in the ground. Well, to be more specific, a little girl who was trying to hide behind the time sand sword was carefully avoiding his gaze. Little Purple Soul had just recovered from her shock when she saw her big brother standing in front of her. He was staring at her with a pair of expressionless eyes. The little girl immediately felt guilty and quickly hid behind the time sand sword. Unfortunately, if it was a sword as big as the Netherworld sword, she could hide, but the time sand sword was a little small. No matter how hard she tried, she could not hide. After a few minutes, Little Purple Soul could not take it anymore. She quickly pulled out her sand sword and hopped towards Yun Nua planet with a playful look on her face. When Yun Nuoshing saw the little girl jumping towards him, he instinctively wanted to avoid her. However, before he could move his feet, the little girl clung onto him. He was shocked when he heard the tinkling laughter of a silver bell. However, he was even more shocked when he realized that the Chaos Elemental did not hurt the naughty little girl either. She was struggling in his arms, holding the extremely dangerous time sand sword in her hand. "Didn't you say you can't be touched?" Kai Xia's face was calm. Well, she could only pretend to be calm. How would I know? It's probably because of that strange energy immunity. Yun Nuoshing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hugged Little Purple Soul's small body and put her on the ground. He knocked her little head gently and said, "Next time, don't run around. Don't leave without permission." Little Purple Soul rubbed her head. She was not convinced. Humph, didn't Big Brother run around without permission too? Yun Nuoshing was speechless in an instant. There was no way to refute this. His face was full of embarrassment. Kai Xia couldn't help but laugh. This unlucky guy was choked again. It was quite interesting to see him unable to say anything even if he had thousands of reasons. Ahem. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly. He turned his gaze stiffly and took the time sand sword from Little Purple Soul. His eyes flashed slightly. "It's been a long time. Is your brain fried? It's only been a few days." Kai Xia rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuoshing heard her and shook his head helplessly. "I'm talking about the time sand sword. When I threw it into the endless sea of time, it has been swimming in it for a long time. I think it has been a few eras." He exerted a little force. The time sand sword turned into a pile of sand and melted into his arm. He thought of something and it reappeared in his hand. Well, it's fine now. Fortunately, the mark did not collapse after such a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Moreover, it seems like little purple soul has touched it. The little girl can use the time sand sword now. Yun Nuoshing looked at Kai Xia and said. Kai Xia's cheeks twitched slightly. She looked at the little girl who was jumping in the desert with a strange gaze and sighed. What a mysterious little girl. She's even more mysterious than you. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. There's nothing mysterious about me. He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. However, before Kai Xia could refute him, he quickly turned around and grabbed the time sand sword. He drew a few beautiful sword patterns in the air, and then raised it above his head. He was about to test the sword's strength when the space in front of him suddenly distorted. A large group of people then emerged from the space. Zai and the others who had just emerged from the space saw Yun Nuoshing holding the time sand sword high and pointing it at them. They were dumbfounded and confused. Yao Hua shuddered. He thought for a while and quickly raised a white towel. Hero, please spare our lives. We're all passers-by. We're just passers-by. Go ahead and do your thing. Don't worry about us. Yun Nuoshing. Chapter 1148. Yun Nuoshing and Saixia stared blankly at the group of people who emerged from the distorted space. For a moment, their hearts were filled with a myriad of emotions, but they forgot to open their mouths. Shi Shui and Shi Yun returned to their original state after completing the forced spatial teleportation. As the elder sister, Shi Shui was very sensible. She just waved her hand at Yun Nuoshing, smiled slightly, and pulled back her younger sister, who wanted to throw herself at Yun Nuoshing. As for the others, when they saw Yun Nuoshing's action, they also had a myriad of expressions. After a while, someone coughed softly and broke the silence. Yun Nuoshing came back to her senses and naturally took a step back. She stuck the time sand sword on the ground and looked at everyone with a strange expression, not knowing what to say. Saixia was much more straightforward. She smacked her lips and said, Tisk tsk. You guys are really good. You've crossed more than a dozen states and still caught up. I really don't know what to say. There's nothing to say except for one wave of 6. When Yun Nuoshing heard that, she sighed and said, I more or less expected that a certain girl who was supposed to take up the position of parent when I leave my position would encourage others to do something like that. Aha, I'm not surprised. Yes, really. Saixia shrank her neck. He was obviously talking about her. She grinned and crossed her arms. Facing Yun Nuoshing's powerful gaze, she turned her head away awkwardly and said, Your wife came all the way here to find you. Can't you say something else? I don't care. I'm just a delivery person. Everyone was speechless. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. His eyes fell on Gao Yuan and Biue, who were curiously looking at the crater. The two of them also felt his gaze and quickly turned around. Gao Yuan cupped his hands and thought about what to say. In the end, it was Yun Nuoshing who spoke first. Oh, it's you. The guy who was almost killed by Zai's sun crystal. Gao Yuan's face paled. Yun Nuoshing sighed and coldly glanced at Zai. I told you to use a lot of force. There's nothing you can't do with a single shot of the sun crystal. If it's not enough, it can only mean that you didn't use enough force. You want to kill a god with just a scratch of your fingernail? Even if you're thrifty, that's not how you calculate it, right? Gao Yuan continued. Were they discussing why they didn't kill him in one go back then in front of him? Ziye's lips trembled as he glared at him. You really can't say anything else? Yun Nuoshing looked at her. After a while, she turned to look at Zian and Ming. She shook her head helplessly and said, Everyone wants to stay as far away from me as possible. You? Ugh. He had only guessed that this would happen. He never thought that it would really happen. What should he say now? Say hello, long time no see, or something like that. It's only been 2 or 3 days, it's not that long. How could he care about personal matters when he was in front of his great cause? Fine, he couldn't say something like that. Whatever, He was now confused by the elements of chaos. He didn't know what to say. Feng saw that the atmosphere was a little tense. She quickly poked Xian's waist and said, "Little Xian, hurry up and say something." Xian heard her and glanced at Ming. He realized that the stupid angel had been staring blankly at Yun Nuoxing since the beginning. He didn't say anything and just looked at her as if he wanted to take a few more glances at her before she left. Xian also realized that if this continued, Yun Nuoxing wouldn't be able to hold it in and run away. He quickly walked up and said, "Where are you going next?" Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned. He didn't expect this to be the first thing this girl said. He thought that she would say something more. Ugh, that is, he didn't know what this girl was going to say. Anyway, she wouldn't say this. Little divine land, most of the things have been dealt with. There are still some small things. Ugh, why are you asking this? She couldn't help but ask. Xian covered her mouth and chuckled. I know where you are going, so I can chase after you. When everyone heard this, they felt their balls ache and their legs go soft. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he was startled again. He sighed in his heart and felt a little helpless. It seemed that he should seriously think about these things. It wasn't a good idea to let these girls chase after him like this. Anyway, his words didn't have much use at the moment. They wouldn't listen to him if he told them not to. They had chased after him for hundreds of millions of miles. What was the use of words? In fact, when they appeared, he already thought about these things. It was just that he was overwhelmed by more complicated emotions. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while, then raised her head and looked at everyone. Do you know about the Red Star Academy? Yes. There is one outside and one in the Little Divine Land. In the past 3 months, I didn't do anything else. I kept hearing about the Red Star Academy. Many people went there to train. It is said that this is a God Academy. The lowest level is God level, and the highest level is God level. The strength of the teachers and elders is unfathomable. Actually, I want to go and take a look. But I don't know if I can enter. The 9 Deities Palace doesn't have any special privileges. That place is very strict. As soon as the words Red Star Academy were mentioned, everyone started to chatter, especially Lin Xing, Xue Lingfeng, and the others. They were especially excited. This God Academy was famous, and countless people were looking forward to enrolling in it. Yun Nuoxing's ears hurt from the chattering of dozens of people. She smiled bitterly and waved her hand to quiet everyone down. You all want to go? Yes. Lin Xing and the rest, Yao Hua and the rest all nodded honestly. Even the descendants of many big forces would go there. There must be something special about it. Then let's go. Yun Nuoxing said faintly. I don't know how to settle you all down. It's not good to let you all follow me around. It's a waste of time. I'll take you there later. Everyone! Can you not use a tone like you're going to sleep early tonight? Gao Yuan smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. Little brother, it's not that easy to enter the Red Star Academy. A few eras ago, I also wanted to join, but I was rejected because you're a god from the previous era. The elders there are all god level. If we were to talk about which force in the divine continent has the most god level experts, it's probably not the 6 Free Cloud sects, but the Red Star Academy. Baiyu also nodded. I can't see through the Red Star Academy. Little brother, I advise you not to provoke them. To be frank, even if it's you, I think they won't care, so… Pfft. Everyone nodded. Only Bai Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. The pair of pure white wings on her back spun in the air, showing that she was exceptionally happy, although no one knew what she was laughing about. Yun Nuoxing pulled out the time sand sword and let it return to her body. So what? Gao Yuan and Bai Yu smiled bitterly. That's why, little brother, you… The principal of the Red Star Academy is my sister. I know the 5 people on the top floor. You tell me, who has an opinion? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes widened in horror. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. No one knows about this. Only Ming and Yue know about this. I stayed in the Red Star Academy for a period of time. Oh Xianyin. Oh Yang Xianyin. They recognized me at that time, although I still don't remember who she is, and Chuan Yun, Yen Xian, and the others. They know me, but the me here is definitely not the me now. My time has been traced back to the ancient times, but they are more ancient existences, more higher. Yun Nuoxing frowned. I can't express it very well. Once, my understanding of this world was the end of the Empyrean God. Like many people, I was stuck on that broken path, and struggled for a long time without being able to break free. That realm of mystery was just a guess and imagination in my mind. In this life, I know the real existence after the broken path. An old friend also stepped on that path and went very far. She brought me part of the knowledge about the mythological era. I know that there was no broken path in the mythological era, and I know that after the Empyrean God, there was a realm called Origin God, and after that, Primeval God. I even suspect that Xianyin and the others might be people of that era? Yuan Shi was the first to recover from his stupefied state. He turned around and saw that everyone, including Gao Yuan and Lin Sanjiu, were in a daze. He quickly said, No. This doesn't make sense. It's a little weird. If that's the case, that Xianyin God knows you, little star, aren't you also from the mythological era? No, my guess is not from here. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. The War of the Dark Era, the destructive war instigated by the underworld, swept the entire grand primordial realm into a vortex of destruction. However, in the end, I never even heard of the existence of the underworld in the early days of the primordial era. There was no news of it at all. It's not just me. There was another person, a person from the Dark Era. He had survived the Great Reincarnation and was not seen for hundreds of thousands of years at the beginning of the primordial era. They had all disappeared into thin air. The Lord of the Underworld and many other powerful beings from the Dark Era had all disappeared. The person from the Dark Era that I know of is now the Empyrean God of Origin. He is still in a coma. The reason he survived was purely because he was lucky enough to escape the final battle. Let's assume that everyone who participated in the war back then had died. Those who were still alive were those who were lucky enough to escape. They did not participate in the war at all. Chu Yingzhan looked at him blankly. Which side do you think Xianyin belongs to? Those who did not participate in the war. Yun Nuoxing looked at her and said, In the depths of the void, the deepest depths of the void. It was so deep that it was even farther than the end of the void. Even the people from the underworld could not find it. They might have been in those places, which was why they escaped the war back then. Chu Yingzhan frowned. But it still doesn't make sense. How do you know? Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and continued. The war instigated by the underworld started from the edge of the void. It started around the 41st era, or even when the Dark Era had just begun. I have a memory, the first few memories. Everyone quickly threw away all their messy thoughts and focused. They all knew that the main event was about to begin. It was definitely a matter of life and death. Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment. Then, he said, when I first saw Xianyin, although I felt that I was a little dazed at that time, it should not have been the situation after the war. It was more like, anyway, I was dazed. I felt, so annoying. Everyone was sweating profusely. This guy's brain was muddled by the element of chaos. He could not say anything even if he wanted to. Qin Yen and Mei Mao blinked. Then, they said, you think that it was not a tense period of war back then? And that the entire Dark Era was chaotic? Yun Nuoxing nodded and said faintly, I found Xianyin in the realm of the gods. Assuming that I saw Xianyin in the Dark Era. I don't know what happened after that. The underworld sealed off a huge area of the void. From the outside to the inside, except for the missing ones, such as that half-dead old man, how could they have missed anything? A place with a powerhouse at the level of primeval God had planned it so carefully for so many years. I don't know if they had really planned it for so many years, but for a force to overturn the entire De Yuan realm, it would have taken years of preparation. Common sense, this is common sense. Those who were impulsive enough to do this would have been pressed to death by the coffin. Everyone was speechless, but what he said seemed to make sense. So you think that you could not have escaped the underworld's seal when you were in the realm of the god? Qin Yen continued. If that was the case, what happened could only be speculated further back. But who knew the truth? Yun Nuoshing muttered, in fact, that should be the case. That old man once said that after the war, he explored all the space that was destroyed by the underworld. There were no traces of life, only a few lucky Empyrean gods. Of course, the void is endless. Who knows if he did not find them at that time? Actually, after saying so much, it's better to say that it's my intuition. Yes, the intuition of a Empyrean god. I feel that they should be. Anyway, no matter what, it can't be separated from the two disappeared eras. Why would I say this? Yun Nuoshing stared at Lin Xing and the rest. Red Star Academy, there is only one answer. Go. Or not. Lin Xing and the rest looked at each other. Dozens of people lowered their heads and discussed for a minute. Then, they raised their heads in unison. Of course it was, go. Then it settled. Yun Nuoshing sighed exasperatedly and waved her hand. Everyone only felt a blur in front of their eyes. It was as if the stars had changed, the sun and the moon had changed. After a moment, their vision returned to normal. Just a moment ago it was a desert. Suddenly they came to a wilderness. The ground was so clean that it was as if a destructive wind had just blown through. There was not a single mountain in sight within a radius of millions of miles. There was only a green and blue array that was spinning on the ground in front of them. Where are we? Chu Yingzhan scratched her head and sighed softly in her heart. It was indeed more convenient to follow this idiot. Wherever she wanted to go, there was no need to rush. The most central part of the cloud-top region, the place where the Great Guardian Array is retracting. Yun Nuoshing calmly said. She walked to the edge of the green and blue array and took out the Netherworld Ruin sword. She drew a black cloud-like rune on the sword and stabbed it into the ground. Then, she walked a quarter of the way around the array and took out the Linghong sword. She repeated the action just now, followed by the Time Sand sword and the Red Star sword. Chu Yingzhan looked at the array with interest and watched her actions. However, after a moment, she felt dizzy. She shook her head and said, "Idiot, what are you doing?" Yun Nuoshing walked to the center of the array and took out the Dark Abyss sword. After hearing her words, she paused for a moment and said, "Retrieving the small divine land barrier." Everyone was shocked. Wait, this is the small divine land barrier. Why are you retrieving it just like that? Xian also said, "Those dark elements, are they okay?" "That's right, little brother. I heard that the small divine land barrier was originally used to seal something. Will there be any problems if we retrieve it without careful consideration?" Gao Yuan asked anxiously. Yun Nuoshing gestured with the Dark Abyss sword. A few sharp-eyed people realized that there seemed to be 5 divine swords already. Heavens, when did this guy collect so many divine swords? It was almost half of the divine swords in the divine sword record. In the past, I almost lost my life to seal and reconstruct the small divine land barrier. Now, it has been destroyed by the torrent of time. Now, this barrier that encompasses the entire region is formed by my dark and chaotic element. Back then, when I was at the peak of the divine god realm, I reconstructed it and strengthened the seal. At the same time, I also used my own energy to destroy the destructive dark element. My goal has been achieved long ago. Yun Nuoshing pointed the Dark Abyss sword at the center of the green and blue array. What I didn't expect was that the small divine land barrier had inadvertently preserved the rules of the ancient era. If I have to say, this is a blessing that I left behind. Is there a problem? Nightmare understood the situation in a few moments and nodded. No problem, no problem. But I feel that the small divine land has not done what it should have done after enjoying this blessing. The red and black light in Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered slightly. The small divine land has become sealed. This large region is currently sitting on the divine realm. It might even be the strongest law in the entire Deyuan realm. But what have the people inside become? They are closed-minded, arrogant, and self-righteous. They don't take the outside world seriously at all. So much so that even though there are multiple conscious heavenly deities and gods in this little divine land, none of them know what is going on outside. They don't know about the world-class lifeforms, the world fragment, or the underworld might be making a comeback. I have never imposed any restrictions on the people inside because of the small divine land barrier. Those who forced me, those who harmed me, and those who were hostile to me, I just treated it as clearing them out in that fire. Even if there are survivors in the small divine land, it is all in the past. I will not pursue it in this life. But the small divine land barrier is under my control. Now that there are people who are unrelated to me living here and using the laws of this sealed world, I have nothing to say. After all, this place is not mine. But I can't help but say something about the fact that no one is doing anything. Alright, I won't mention it. Alright, you guys won't do anything. Alright, since this place is not mine anyway. I strengthened the small divine land barrier back, then only to deal with the remaining dark elemental energy inside. Now I have achieved my goal. I feel that this thing is a bit of an eyesore now, so I will take it back. The land of the small divine land will once again merge with the land of the divine realm. The rules will also return to the current rules. The ancient era will completely disappear. Yun Nuoshing's cold voice caused everyone to perspire. This guy. Can't he speak properly? Chu Yingzhan wiped the sweat off her forehead. Don't be so arrogant. Speak the truth, speak the human language. I'm not happy that the people here don't know or do anything. By the time they know that something is going to happen, it will already be a disaster. How can this be? Now I want everyone to count down the days. Yun Nuoshing was furious. She forcefully stabbed the dark abyss sword into the center of the green and blue spell formation. What gradual cycle? To hell with it. I know how to create a flood of information too. The moment I remove the small divine land barrier, I want everyone in the divine realm to know about this stupid thing. Go on living your lives with the countdown clock. The world is in chaos, and it has nothing to do with me. Everyone suddenly understood. Then, they all broke out in cold sweat. Was this something a human would say? Was this something a heavenly god with a strong and fearless spirit should say? Alright, they had just said a lot of nonsense, causing them to forget that Yun Nua planet was still dark. Black smoke was rolling out from its body. It had not been long since it was surrounded by the 6 heavenly gods. If it was healthy, it would be strange. 1. The moment the dark abyss sword stabbed into the center of the spell formation, it resonated with the divine swords in the 4 corners of the spell formation. A terrifying energy wave spread through the entire small divine land at an incredible speed. A huge black energy pillar suddenly shot into the sky. Yuan Shi and the others looked at the black energy pillar above their heads. They silently looked at each other and sighed. Things had gotten out of hand. However, it was still fine. They would have to face it sooner or later, right? Yuan Shi put his palms together. Umitba. Tremble, mortals. Chapter 1149. A deep black light flashed past, shooting out of the blue formation and rushing to the top of the small divine land's barrier. Everyone raised their heads and watched the light disappear, feeling a little nervous. They had only heard Yun Nuoshing give a general description of what was about to happen, but they were not mentally prepared for what was about to happen. They did not even know what form it would take. Then they saw it. A hole seemed to have appeared in the sky, as if it had been burned by the intense sunlight. The edge of the hole was a mixture of black and crimson. Although they could not see the majestic appearance of the small divine land's barrier from the inside, that dot of black must be the huge barrier. It was now slowly opening up, revealing the outside world to everyone. The small divine land's barrier was opening up very quickly. The minute the hole appeared, it had already spread to the end of the world, and it was almost impossible to see the edge of the hole. It was also at this moment that Xian and the others suddenly felt a familiar feeling. It was the laws of the realm of the gods. Those laws were gradually suppressing the laws of the small divine land, and the familiar world was covering this part of the world. The two lands that had been separated for more than 70 eras were finally about to be reunited at this moment. Back then, he was the one who had caused this scene, and now, he was also the one who was restoring it. History seemed to have spun in a circle, and everything was returning to its original point, but in reality it should be a spiral. After all, in these 70 eras, the realm of the gods and the small divine land had not remained the same. The small divine land was no longer the same small divine land, and even its surface area had expanded by a lot. Even if he was the one who carried out all of this, he could only sigh at the passing of time. When he looked back, things were still the same, but the people had changed. Back then, when he sealed the dark elemental energy and separated the realm of the gods from the small divine land, he was not alone. Now, well, he was not alone either, but the people around him had changed many times. It has been confirmed that the body that issued the command is normal. There are no errors in the soul or spirit. The barrier of the small divine land will disappear completely in 3 minutes. It will merge with the divine realm as one. The buffer zone and the void will be completely destroyed. An indifferent and emotionless voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone quickly turned around and saw that the fortress consciousness had appeared beside them at some point and was calmly reporting to Yun Nuoxing. After listening to the content of the report, everyone had a thoughtful look on their faces. It turned out that this fellow had made a backup plan to prevent them from removing the small divine land's barrier under the wrong circumstances. It was probably worried that they would make a mistake and remove the small divine land's barrier rashly, releasing the dark elemental energy that had yet to be completely removed. It was truly watertight. Yun Nuoxing gripped the hilt of the dark abyss sword with both hands and nodded. Release all of the conflicting energy of space and laws into the void. He thought for a moment and pointed at a spot in the sky. Oh, right. Release it in that direction. That direction was the direction of the world fragment. Even though space was still in a state of being separated, the void was still fused. The energy waves released from the void of the small divine land could affect the divine realm. Naturally, it could also affect the places outside the divine realm. This is a day that cannot be avoided. Yun Nuoxing saw that Gao Yuan and the others were at a loss. They were the only ones who had always lived in the small divine land. The barrier of the small divine land should have disappeared a long time ago. The laws of the primordial age have brought you unimaginable power. This is the only place in the entire Great Yuan realm that still uses the laws of the primordial age. This has also caused an unimaginable impact on you. You are following the laws of 70 eras ago and living a life that seems to have been 70 eras ago. In exchange for great power, you are completely separated from the space of the present realm. You are far away from the order of the Great Yuan realm and have become incompatible with it. The seal of the small divine land has made all of you feel no sense of danger. You do not know what is happening in the outside world. You are just caged beasts. To put it bluntly, you are frogs at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, this well is not small, and the sky that you see is not small either. Many people from the realm of the gods fight to be the first to enter the small divine land, but have you seen anyone from the small divine land who likes to live in the realm of the gods? Everyone was silent. They did not know what to say. They just stared blankly at the sky. after the sun disappeared, at the edge of the black and crimson flames, two suns appeared in the sky where one sun hung. It was the sky that they were familiar with. It was the sky of the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing pulled out his divine sword and let the green and blue array fall back into slumber. He continued, "The ancient laws have caused your life forms to be slightly separated from the present realm in terms of laws. Fortunately, this is the realm of the gods. The barrier of order has limited part of it, so the changes will not be too great." Gao Yuan swallowed and could not help but say, "But this will have a great impact, right? Letting the people of the small divine land see the sky for the rest of their lives. I have never thought about it before. I have also been to the realm of the gods. That place is extremely uncomfortable for us. If we want to continue moving around, we can only desperately suppress the origin of our god. Otherwise, we will not even be able to breathe through it." Yun Nuashing nodded. There would definitely be an impact. It would have a huge impact on the entire small divine land. It would be a huge impact, and it would not take effect in a short period of time. At this very moment, it had already taken effect the moment the barrier of the small divine land began to disappear. The sky is no longer limited. Due to the restrictions of the laws, even if you are an Empyrean god, if you keep flying upwards, you will reach the space of the realm of the gods. However, you will reach the limit when you reach the sun. The edge of the earth will no longer be a void, and this place will once again become the central region of the realm of the gods. The small divine land will also be much bigger than before. The extra part will not change, but it will be forcefully stuffed into that space, maintaining the original size of the small divine land. It will be embedded in that part of the realm of the gods. The extra part will become an overlapping space, roughly the size of the 3 prefectures and the newly formed blank space. They will become the overlapping space on the map of the realm of the gods. Oh! Everyone blinked. Chu Yingzhan suddenly had a whimsical thought. "You know the reason behind the expansion of the small divine land?" Yun Nuashing nodded, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. "It's probably because the realm of the gods must exist." Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other and said in unison, "What do you mean? Speak human." "The literal meaning. Have I ever said that this sentence was not said by me, but by the laws of reality that have been set at the level of the laws?" Yun Nuashing looked at everyone. "No, definitely not." Yuan Shi and the others shook their heads vigorously. "Then I will say it now." Yun Nuashing said faintly, "Just like the literal meaning, perhaps when the realm of the gods and the small divine land were accidentally separated, the part of the core laws of the realm of the gods in the small divine land misjudged that the realm of the gods had been damaged. Then, it automatically transformed into the infinite energy in the void and continuously reconstructed itself. I used the observer's eye and the pillar of creation to take a look. That's probably the case." Gao Yuan and the others were suddenly enlightened. Yuan Shi and Xian felt that they could still understand. After all, they had always heard him talk about these things. Even if they did not understand, they understood. Only Lin Xing, Yao Hua, and the others were dumbfounded. The left side of their faces had the word rule written on it, and the right side of their faces had the word law written on it. There was also the word dumbfounded on their foreheads. Yuan Shi waved his hand. "Just listen to what little star says that you can understand. Don't worry about it. After all, you won't understand in the end." The group nodded their heads in confusion. They decided not to delve too deeply into it. After all, this was a high-end topic. They would not understand even if they heard it. If they were to argue, they would only be more confused. Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked into the distance. "Oh, the chaos has already begun. First, it is the cloud-top state. The change in the sky is just a flash. It may not be visible, but the change in the laws is the most fundamental. It is enough to affect all life. Everyone can feel it. This is caused by the deepest connection between life and the laws. He waved his hand, and hundreds of images were projected in front of them. What appeared in them was the situation in various parts of the small divine land. In some of the images there was a flash of black and red mixing. The entire world was roaring. The laws of the ancient era had completely disappeared and melted. In its place was the laws of the modern realm, which were even more powerful. These were the laws of the 139th era. The seal that had lasted for more than 70 eras had finally come to an end today. The changes were also happening simultaneously. The changes in the world happened silently. There was only the fusion and replacement of two types of laws. This scene could not be seen by the naked eye at all. The laws that belonged to the realm of the gods had silently descended and first occupied the entire cloud-top state. Because this was the center of the center, the barrier of the small divine land was opened from here. Then, it was the second state, the third state. Those who were observing the world would suddenly and inexplicably discover that the world had undergone a drastic change. In a space that they could not imagine, the curtains of a great battle had been drawn for less than a minute. When they sensed it, only the aftermath of the clash of laws was left on the level of the laws. There are faint fluctuations in space. The flow of time is normal. The sea of time is normal. The annihilation energy produced by the clash of laws in the void has begun to be stored. The situation is normal. The target is the world fragment. The faint and somewhat indifferent tone of the barrier's consciousness was somewhat similar to Yun Nuoshing's. Perhaps he had been like this before, but he was much colder now. Extract 40% of the idle energy of the realm of the gods and condense the energy level to the peak state. Since we're going to launch an attack, we'll have to use the maximum output. I'd like to see how hard this brick of yours from the underworld is. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and coldly ordered. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Its black eyes flashed with the radiance of surging energy. Its will produced a faint movement, and the pillars of creation that covered the entire realm of the gods suddenly erupted with a shockingly powerful energy, wildly converging between the source peak region and the zenith region of the realm of the gods. However, all of this happened in the void, and no one was aware of it. At this moment, the world had completely changed. Of course, there was no difference at all. The space was still the same space, and the blue sky and white clouds were still blue sky and white clouds. However, there was a surge in the conceptual layer of the laws. The change in the laws did not go unnoticed. In the small divine land, some things that belonged to the ancient era had undergone an inexplicable change. Some buildings that were built using the specialty materials of that era had been deformed, and some collapsed directly. It was as if more than 70 eras of time had been compressed into a short 3 minutes, causing them to completely change. And this was not the minority. A large number of buildings in many cities had undergone these changes, and some of the strange mountains and rivers had fluctuated as a result. The energy of the ancient era had completely turned into a past tense, and was annihilated on the spot. Yun Nuoshing increased the number of reflections by dozens of times. They circled around the area, and he could almost see the situation in every part of the small divine land. Some cities even erupted with energy sparks, and the explosive energy blew up parts of the city. There were energy storms and smoke rising, and some mountains and rivers had inexplicably collapsed, their energy depleted. Because the laws of the ancient era were not strong enough, they could not withstand the switching of two laws after being washed by the space of the present world, and collapsed. However, most of the things that could be used for general use were completely unaffected. These were just a small part of it. There were also some powerful individuals who seemed to be cultivating profound arts and divine arts of this era, but were actually closely related to the laws of the ancient era. Most of these profound arts and divine arts would be crippled by half, until that person learned how to communicate with the laws of the world and modify himself. 3 minutes, exactly 3 minutes. A powerful will suddenly burst out, And it also happened in the conceptual level of the laws. It swept across the entire divine realm with infinite speed, and all life forms were stunned once again. They trembled violently. Well, they were stunned for a moment, and because they had experienced it before, no one panicked this time. However, they were still nervous. Last time, the torrent of information carried fatal malice, and made them face that inhuman thing. What terrifying news would it tell them this time? Lin Xing looked at Yun Nuoxing, who had finished reading the information in the blink of an eye. It seemed that it only mentioned the world fragment. Because they knew the least about this, they could see more comprehensively in the torrent of information and could clearly distinguish which part was just learned. Didn't you say that you were going to tell them all that? Why did you only tell them one? Yun Nuoxing was also stunned. Only one? Then what's in that torrent of information? Jun Luo Yi nodded. It only talked about the world fragment. Although it was fierce, it didn't mention anything about the world realm beings and the underworld. Everyone nodded in agreement. Obviously, it was not a problem with the transmission process. Gao Yuan and Biyue also said that this was the only information they had, and nothing more. However, to the two of them, this information was already serious enough. They could imagine that for a period of time, in the next 5 months, the divine realm would be in a state of chaos, especially in a few days' time when the demon world would be in trouble. Now that little divine land had appeared, the situation would be even more chaotic. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, looked up, and pondered for a moment. The conceptual level of the laws has been tormented too much, and the information content is too large to be transmitted. Forget it, then so be it. Anyway, I'll be busy these days. If those half-dead old men lying on the ground still don't wake up, I'll go one by one and drag all of you out. Ziyi rolled his eyes at him. What's the situation in Little Divine Land and the Divine Realm now? Yun Nuoxing was about to say something, but Kai Xia spoke first. The Divine Realm still doesn't know, but Little Divine Land is more or less in chaos. She looked at the image again. All the cities in the image are more or less damaged, and the laws that people rely on for survival have changed dramatically. Some people are not used to it and are walking around anxiously. However, these are just ordinary people. Some powerful cultivators have gone mad, and it seems that they have gone mad. Not only are they high-level cultivators, some of the lower realms are also in the same situation. There are also some who have become a little strange because of their life form, but they seem to be fine for the time being. The chaos is expected. After all, it's the laws that have changed, and that's not some small thing. Gao Yuan sighed when he heard that. It seems that before we deal with bigger problems, we have to deal with that little bit of side effects. The cost of breaking the shackles and getting rid of the shackles is not small, Biyue said softly. She raised her head and looked at the world that had changed. She also felt a little uncomfortable. She was a god-level master, and her own rules had already partially transcended. She no longer needed to be completely bound by the rules of heaven and earth. This was not a big deal, and there were no special changes. It was just that the pressure between heaven and earth seemed to be getting heavier. As you said, the rules of heaven and earth seem to have sealed and suppressed us. Are we going to seal ourselves? The origin of the gods will be suppressed if it is directly exposed to the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, sealing it is a choice. Yun Nuoxing looked at the two of them. But don't you think that's compromise? Why don't you try to fight it directly? Maybe you can find some way in the fight. You've been compromising all this time, and that's why you've been stuck at Saint Tyr for so long. Gao Yuan smiled bitterly, and was about to say that it was not that simple when Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. There's nothing wrong with that. In the last few eras, which is my previous life, I still forced my way to the pinnacle of divine Tyr despite the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth. I was just a step away from becoming a heavenly god. The withering of the laws sounds terrible, and it is indeed terrible. It is the most incomprehensible for those who don't know anything. But it's different for the gods. If you can play with the power of the laws, why can't you control the laws? That's all I have to say. Think about it yourselves. Gao Yuan and Biwa were in awe, and they saluted her seriously. Thank you for your advice. Yun Nuoshing nodded and looked outside. Now that the barrier of the small divine lands had completely disappeared, but the consciousness of the barrier was still standing there. It would not disappear, and it would probably choose to stay in the center of the huge energy network connected by the Pillar of Creation. This was also a decision made by Yun Nuoshing after a short conversation with it. When the consciousness of the barrier was first created, it took a lot of effort just to monitor the barrier of the small divine land. Now that the barrier no longer existed, throwing it into the Pillar of Creation would allow it to monitor the laws of the celestial realm and the entire celestial realm. Level of energy accumulation, pinnacle of heavenly God. Target, world fragment. The energy torrent will destroy everything in its path, and it will leave a huge hole in the void. The result is uncontrollable and unpredictable, and it will cause the energy concentration in the celestial realm to drop for a month. The consciousness of the barrier said calmly, "Please confirm again." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and it took them a long time to recover. There was still a big one here. There's nothing to worry about. Increase the intensity of the energy torrent a little more, and use the godly right and laws of the celestial realm. If the godly right is not enough, Yun Nuoshing said as he waved his hand and took out the chaos scepter. He stomped it on the ground, and a black energy circle suddenly shot out and rushed to the ends of the world. He took a deep breath, raised the scepter in the air with both hands, and waved it left and right. A voice like a wind chime quietly floated out. "Myriad stars, chaos I, in the name of the Lord of Darkness, for the celestial realm, for the 8 elemental realms. Let's kill them all." The eyes of the consciousness of the barrier flickered with a complicated light. When the black energy circle passed by, part of it landed on its body. It nodded calmly and waved its hand twice in the air. In the celestial realm, at the border between the Sourcepeak region and the Ultimate Plane region, a violent energy was crazily gathering like a star of destruction. The energy was so vast that it could not be described with words, and it formed an extremely terrifying energy riot that existed outside the celestial realm. It could not be observed or sensed, even if the energy riot phenomenon covered an area large enough to stuff the entire celestial realm into it. This was a contest that transcended sight and perception. Even a god-level powerhouse could sense such a great distance away, but no god-level powerhouse would have the time to look outside the celestial realm when the celestial realm was being washed into chaos by a flood of information. And if their perception did not transcend that layer, they would never be able to see what was happening. What happened here was destined to not be known by others. That terrifying energy was condensed to the extent that it could crush the stars. After a short delay of a few breaths, a magic circle that was larger than the celestial realm surged out from that mass of energy. All of the energy exploded in that instant. The massive energy turned into an energy beam that swept across the star system at a speed that was many times faster than light. Large areas of space that the energy beam passed through evaporated completely. Even the void did not exist as it was restored to nothingness. Finally, it streaked across the endless star system and met that white giant wall head-on. That was a giant wall whose edge could not be seen no matter how one looked at it. If one was in a fish tank and something that was the size of the fish tank came crashing down, how could one measure how big that thing was? And in this kind of vision, size did not have much meaning. There was another starry sky inside that giant wall. The starry sky was fragmented and broken, surging with endless black aura. Strange monsters that were larger than planets filled that space. They kept swaying their bodies as if they were dancing in a frenzy. It was a display of madness and ghosts. Crossing the order barrier has reached the limit of detection. Predicted attack will arrive in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The observer's eye, chaos eye, observing. The void and emotionless voice of the fortress consciousness rang out, causing everyone to sweat in their hearts. Even though they could not see or feel what was happening, something that they could not know was definitely happening in outer space. It was something that was beyond their understanding. While waiting, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. She suddenly sighed, and that sigh made everyone's heart sink slowly. The gaze of the fortress consciousness returned to normal after 3 seconds. It calmly said, "Attack failed," confirming that the effect of the energy impact is close to 0. The destruction of the natural order has failed. The target has a defense that exceeds that of a peak heavenly god. It is speculated that it has an order-type defensive layer. That extremely calm sentence sent everyone from hell to a deeper region. Chapter 1150. F***CK, that thing is even harder than a tortoise's shell. The full power attack of a peak heavenly god couldn't even make a hole in it? And what's a barrier of order? It sounds so powerful. Yao Hua jumped up in fear. He didn't know much about the realms of gods, but the peak heavenly god should be the ceiling of his knowledge. Although he had been told that there were realms above heavenly god, it didn't sound real. Now, he could feel the toughness of the gap between realms. If a full power attack of the heavenly god of primal chaos couldn't break through it, how powerful would that barrier be? Yuanshi calmed down, looked at him, and pointed up. There's a barrier of order right above our heads. Little Star mentioned it before. Oh what? Why didn't I know about it? It's a barrier of order set up by the first great heavenly god. It'd be weird if you knew about it. Yun Nuoxing said faintly. A super barrier formed directly from one of the 3 elements of origin. I can't do it now, but I could do it when I was at my peak. Could it be that the attack was too far away, so there's no movement at all? Violet Knight frowned. That's not possible. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, and his deep eyes looked at the world fragment in another star region. The destructive impact of the laws contains an extremely large amount of energy and heavenly god's divine authority. No matter what it encounters along the way, it won't consume its energy. Instead, it can steal energy to strengthen itself. A large area of nothingness appeared between the realm of the gods and that world fragment, which also proves that the attack wasn't fake. As for the effect, what kind of outcome would a demon-level expert have when facing a god-emperor? Violet Knight and the others looked at him indifferently. These words didn't sound very convincing coming from him, but they also understood what he meant. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and glanced at the barrier's consciousness. It nodded and said, "The pillar of creation's final defense has increased by 50%. It can prevent the world fragment from directly colliding with the divine realm. However, the world fragment will shatter into many pieces and fall onto the divine realm. A direct collision will destroy 80% of Sourcepeak region and Ultimate Plane region. It seems like we'll have to evacuate the 2 zones. I did expect this to happen. We've already sent out the information, so it should be easier to mobilize the people who are still in a state of confusion. Let the 9 deities' temples and the guardian organizations handle it. You can notify them on my behalf," Yun Nuoxing said. The barrier's consciousness nodded and disappeared into the space like water ripples. Wait a minute, did you send out the information torrent because of this situation? Chu Yingzhan looked at him in shock. More or less. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. When I knew that the world fragment was going to fall, and that it was going to fall in the direction of the Zenith Plane region and the Zenith Plane region, I assumed that those 2 regions were already in a state of destruction. After this incident, the realm of the gods will completely change. It will probably take a long time for it to recover. Once the core laws are back in place, the realm of the gods should be able to repair itself. So we'll only be able to see half of the divine realm being blown up for a period of time, right? Everyone was shocked. Yun Nuoxing glanced at them. If you have the time to worry about the house, why don't you think about what to do when the great samsara blows up? Everyone was speechless. Suddenly, they felt that it was better to die early and reincarnate early. Conventional combat power was not enough to deal with something of this scale. But that's not something you need to worry about. Anyway, it's useless for you to worry about it. Even if you all work hard to reach a higher level in this life, you still won't be able to fight against the great samsara alone. In the past, that old devil said that the divine realm is a difficult place to avoid. A small number of ancient beings who know about the existence of the great samsara will come to the divine realm to seek refuge when the great samsara erupts. They can rely on the order barrier here and their own strength to survive the great samsara safely. This time, they won't be able to come to the divine realm. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the stars moved again, causing everyone to be stunned. Their vision only trembled for a moment before they changed places again. They just happened to see a strange mountain explode in front of them, scaring everyone into a daze. In the distance, not too far away, a city appeared. It was very majestic and magnificent. It was completely crimson and shimmering with starlight. There was a layer of energy barrier enveloping this city. It was even more majestic than a large city. It was almost the same size as the holy city. There was no sign of the chaos in other places. It was as if the changes in the laws of the outside world could not affect this place. This was a place that was isolated from the rest of the world. But in reality, this city was located in the cloud-top state, and it was famous in the world. Yun Nuashing stretched out her hand. A silver-blue light swam around her hand. Soon, a small zither was formed. The silver-blue zither looked exactly the same as the whirlpool zither. There was a faint divine pressure coming from it, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Yun Nuashing gently touched the energy zither in her hand. She looked left and right at everyone. After muttering to herself for a while, she passed it to Jun Luo-yi. This is a token. Take this and go to the Red Star Academy. Those who recognize this shouldn't stop you. Aren't you going in? Jun Luo-yi looked at her. I heard you say that there are some old friends of yours inside? Yun Nuashing shook her head. They are not inside. I knew it when I just arrived. Let's not talk about Xian Yin first. Yen Xian and Chuan Yun are also not inside. Who knows where they went? A few of the elders left a year ago because of some matters. A faint voice reverberated in the mountain peak, causing everyone to be stunned. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked to the side. She knew that someone had come. Gao Yuan and Jun Luo-yi were shocked. It was another heavenly god. The man appeared from the shadows. Looking at Yun Nuashing, he bowed solemnly. My name is Zhui Yuanyu. Greetings, Supreme God Yun. I heard that this is your name in this life. Is it okay for me to call you that? It doesn't matter. Yun Nuashing waved her hand. Anyway, Xian Yin and the others must have many things that they can't tell me. Just tell me what you can. Hearing this, the man nodded. He took out a letter from his chest and waved it to float in front of Yun Nuashing. He said, Elder Chuan and the others left this before they left. They said that you will come here one day. When the time comes, I will pass it to you. As for the others, the elders left too quickly and did not leave any instructions. Yun Nuashing took the letter and nodded. Then I'll leave these little guys to you. The man nodded. Everyone sighed. In this world, the most convenient thing to do was to go through the back door. Moreover, this back door also allowed one to enter the Red Star Academy. Gao Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. If not for the fact that he was already in this realm, he would have really wanted to say a few good words, and see if this little brother of chaos would also send him in. Zhui Yuanyu looked at Yun Nuashing and hesitated. Sir, what are your plans after this? What's wrong? Yun Nuashing looked at him, puzzled. She rubbed a few strands of her fringe, and muttered to herself for a long time. I haven't thought about what to do at this time. There are many things to do, but I haven't thought about where to start. You seem to have something to say? Zhui Yuanyu nodded. The elders mentioned to me that if you do something stupid, I will knock you out. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They thought to themselves that those who knew him well indeed all knew about this. But it was a pity. If he could be persuaded with just a few words, this guy would not have become like this. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply and said faintly, 70 years ago, many big things happened in the realm of the gods. At that time, there was no guardian force. Everyone was fighting in the realm of the god. The sky was dark and the stars were dim. The barrier of the primordial realm was once penetrated. Zhui Yuanyu stood up slightly. I heard that you were the one who solved the disaster back then. Yun Nuoxing continued faintly. Now I regret it. If I did not do those crazy things back then, I would probably sit back and do nothing now. I would be free to roam the world and not care about anything. But I was still young at that time. Because of my identity as an observer, I braced myself and settled those trivial matters. Now, I have to continue dragging my body forward. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If I am outstanding, I will not die if I do not seek death. Zhui Yuanyu was silent for a moment. Then, he said softly, You are the pride of the realm of the gods. Haha, pride my ass. Yun Nuoxing sneered. What happened 70 years ago is going to happen again. The difference is that this time, I am no longer being chased around with my tail between my legs. Anyway, nothing has changed. Humans are really a strange kind of life form. They are so strange that people want to pinch them to death, but they can't really do it. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and sighed. Let's leave it at that. There are still many things to do and many things that I do not know where to start. There is still some time. I have to find a place to think about what to do next. This world is really not peaceful. It really makes one unable to be at peace. As he spoke, he turned around and lifted his foot toward a place where there was no one. Ming hurriedly said, Brother, are you leaving again? Can't you take us with you? Yun Nuoxing stopped walking. He sighed and shook his head slightly. Not now. It is not good for you to follow me. That stupid elf, did you hear me? Kai Xia, who had just shrunk behind the crowd, smacked her lips and waved her hand casually. What are you yelling about? You can't get rid of me now anyway. What can you do to me, Yun Nuoxing. He had almost forgotten that this elf could return to his soul anytime and anywhere through the contract. He could not get rid of this little elf. Up to you. In the end, he said in a tone that said he did not know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, Yun Nuoxing still left. He left very quickly. The longer he delayed, the more upset they would feel. It was better to leave quickly. Well, don't worry. I will keep an eye on this fellow. Kai Xia smiled before she left with him. She looked very reliable. Probably. The crowd suddenly felt that this little elf was not reliable at all. As the crowd watched the two disappear into the horizon, they only felt a sense of melancholy, and could not help but sigh. This fellow was sprinting at the front line and doing the most dangerous things. They said that they would follow him closely and help him, but in the end, it was still. Yao Hua glanced at Zhui Yuanyu, who was bowing in the direction where Yun Nuoxing left. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Elder, has Little Star always been like this? I was talking about the past few lives. Zhui Yuanyu was stunned and shook his head. Actually, this is the first time I've met Supreme God Yun. However, the Dean and Elders have occasionally mentioned to me that Supreme God Yun is. He deliberated for a moment and was filled with deep veneration. He is a very great person. After hearing about him for a long time, I'm also very curious about Supreme God Yun. Now that I've met him today, he is indeed. No wonder the Dean and the others have such an evaluation of him. The observer is indeed worthy of his reputation. Whether it was in the past or in this life, he can be called a lone hero. To hell with the hero. If it weren't for the fact that he had no other choice, who would be willing to do such a disgusting thing? Xian suddenly pretended to be vicious and shrugged. He would say that, trust me. The crowd smiled bitterly. This girl had completely become a reflection of him. Her expression was so similar to his, it was as if he was there in person. Gao Yuan stretched lazily. Little brother Hun Dun has left. Since you have arrived, we shall leave now. Zai glanced at the two of them. What are your plans? She was referring to the changes in the past 2 days. Gao Yuan did not know about these things before. Now that he had met Yun Nuoshing face to face and was told about these things, it caused him to ponder deeply. First, let's find a place to go into seclusion for a while. If it is, as little brother said, that we can withstand the pressure of the precepts of heaven and earth, we can help him when we come out of seclusion. Little brother, you must be tired from running around alone. However, I don't know if a little saint like me can be of any use in the face of the terrifying underworld. The underworld? What an ancient name. Zhui Yuanyu pondered for a moment and glanced at him. During the Dark Age, he overturned all the neighbors of the divine realm in the Diyuan realm. It seems that we have to inform the elders about this, but I don't know if we can get in touch with them. As for the two of you, although the saints look powerful, they are useless in the face of enemies of that level. Gao Yuan and Bus smiled bitterly. Zhui Yuanyu continued, however, regarding the matter of resisting the precepts of heaven and earth. I can explain it to you in detail when you have the time. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on you. The gods have some power, more or less. God Cloud needs more power, so every little bit counts. Gao Yuan and Bua nodded at once and clasped their hands together. If it can be of use, we will do our best. Zhui Yuanyu smiled and waved his hand. Then let's go back to the academy first. Little ones, you should familiarize yourself with the inside. God should be waiting for you. Waiting. The crowd was stunned. Zhui Yuanyu nodded. The future. If there is a future, he must be waiting for you far ahead. The future. That's really uncertain. Yuan, she smiled bitterly and waved at Yao Hua. Then all the best. Eh? You're not coming? Yao Hua looked at him. Yuan, she shook his head. No, we have other things to do. The Yuan clan has just been incorporated into the space of the Nine Gods Temple, so there must be some matters at home. Qin Yen sighed as well. The Qin clan too. We have to go back for a while. Yao Hua and the others from the Nine Gods Temple were stunned. Huh. Nightmare scratched his head and told them what he had not said during that period of time. It's like this. Jin Ing and the others were dazed after hearing it. It seemed that the things that happened in the realm of the gods were more serious than they had imagined. It's over, it's over. When we return to the Nine Gods Temple, I'm afraid we'll be locked up in the confinement room and face the wall for a year. Yao Hua looked like he was about to cry. We snuck out when the Nine Gods Temple was at its busiest. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Huasheng looked gloomy as well. Ling has the foresight to stay in the temple and not come out with us. Sigh. The group of youths from the Nine Gods Temple sighed in distress. It was as if they could imagine what kind of inhumane treatment they would receive the next time they returned to the temple. Well, do your best. If you make great progress when you return, Princess Jean and the others might forgive you. Ziyi grinned and teased, but the chances of getting beaten up are still higher. When we first came out, they were so busy that they were dizzy. Oh, right, speaking of which, you guys will probably get beaten up when you go back. Because she said so at that time. The group of youths from the Nine Gods Temple turned pale. Xian waved her hand and watched as Zhui Yuanyu, Gao Yuan, Yao Hua and the others disappeared in front of her. Only then did she look at Zai. What should we do? Suddenly, a large number of people were gone. It was much quieter around them. Without their backbone, they did not know what to do. Should they go back to cultivate? Little Qin pressed down Little Purple Soul, who was about to run away again, and said softly, "Back to the Nine Gods Temple? It seems that we can only go there for now." Chu Yingzhan spread her hands and sighed. Everything is safe at home. Stupid father probably thinks that I died outside. There's no news at all. Ming! Damn it, what's the situation outside? Chu Xianling pursed her lips. If we don't send a message home for half a month, father and mother will think that we're dead. Chu Chen did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes I feel that they're doing it on purpose. They're deliberately pretending that we don't exist. Once we ran back after a year. Father was stunned for 15 minutes and even asked, "Who are you?" Then, he turned to mother to confirm whether this was his son or not. Yuan she spat out a mouthful of water. His cheeks twitched. So it's true that parents love each other and the child is an accident? The three siblings of the Chu family sighed and said in unison, "Yes." Chu Xianling muttered. "He only knows to ask where Sister Xian is." "Bah, do you think that's because he cares?" Chu Xianling rolled her eyes. "He's afraid that I'll die too far away and he'll have to go to a faraway place to pay respects to me. You guys can't even escape from a prefecture. That's why he dares to forget you guys." Chu Xianling and Chu Qin. Zai waved her hand. "Let's go back first. It's not good to talk here." Yi Shi pulled Xian's sleeve. "Brother Nua's pendant should have the token of the Nine Gods Temple. It can teleport us back immediately." Xian nodded. She touched the pendant on her chest and took out a colorful token. "Then let's go back first. Things have come to an end for now. But this is a new beginning." When the various situations and information regarding the world fragment were sent back to the Nine Gods' Palace, the leaders of all the Guardian forces were gathered there. This included the newly joined Qin family, Yuan family, Yu family, and Xian family. When they moved in, they were pulled into the same boat. However, these few families did not resist. When they were participating in such a big meeting, the few gods who were suppressed underground also came out to take a breather. Then, when the barrier's consciousness appeared in front of 20 to 30 people and brought even worse news, the poor gods almost fainted. "So, we have to settle the lives of two large regions." The Golden Queen's lips were trembling when she said this. Lord Jean also looked dizzy. This result was not optimistic. It was a terrible situation. Taiyuan Domain and Jiuan Domain. How many lives are there in these two large regions? He just wanted to express that this matter was difficult to achieve. The barrier's consciousness took it seriously. Its eyes glowed and connected with the pillar of creation for a while. Its hollow voice said, "The specific number, ignore. There may be more than 300,000 lives with spiritual intelligence." Lord Guang dug his ears. 300,000? That's impossible. There are millions of people in the Nine Gods Temple alone. The barrier paused for a moment. Correction. I thought it was too troublesome to have too much data, so I ignored the last trillion. Everyone was speechless. Only 300,000 trillion? Well, no wonder it ignored it. That kind of data was meaningless in the end. Anyway, there was no other way except to transfer all the lives in the two large regions to the Ganyuan domain and the Kuan Yuan domain. How could they deal with a power that exceeded that of a heavenly god? Because the barrier's consciousness looked almost exactly the same as Yun Nuashing. Ah, it was talking about quarter moon here. No one doubted its words. At this juncture, no one could joke about it. There is a 94% chance that the world fragment will directly collide with the final barrier. However, a greater disaster is yet to come. The tide of darkness. The tide of darkness that fills half of the world's light clusters will pour down on the realm of the gods. The other two regions will be directly impacted. The probability of a battle is as high as 80%, the barrier's consciousness said. Wait, what about the other 20%? The void fog will directly destroy the remaining two regions. There will be no battle. Everyone was speechless. So straightforward. Why not die early and be reincarnated early? Or go to heaven and get reincarnated early? Oh, if they die too early, they will be in time for the great reincarnation. Everyone was sweating profusely. The group of experts who were usually high and mighty were sweating so much that they almost died on the spot. The god of the Xian family slowly stood up. But we can't give up. Even if we have to bet our lives, we can't give up like this. This is the realm of the gods, the place where our family has lived for dozens of eras. How can we let it come crashing down just like that? Lord Jean nodded. We will do our best and leave the rest to fate. It's useless to complain. Let's take action now. Everyone's morale was greatly boosted. First, we need to transfer all the lives in the Taiyuan domain. Everyone's morale plummeted.